And we're live. Hello, everyone. It's well, it's time for something new. To say the least. We are welcome. Our Pathfinder 2nd edition game, our Saturday night game. Is the first session of the second campaign. Well, frankly, first campaign ended and to play more. Obviously, with me, my immediate stage right, Gordon.
Good evening.
Down there in AFK currently is Cameron. Directly below me in this this Hollywood Squares bullshit is Dan.
Hello.
Next to him is Dustin.
Hello.
And down there at the very bottom is TJ.
Well, look.
As per usual, we'll oh, and we have one other joining us, running a little late in the moment, Dave. He'll be along shortly. It's so for some starting off for the stream, because obviously this is done this streamed wise. Basically, for the most part, nobody here is going to actually be watching the chat. So, basically, both because why would they want to watch the stream, and get the DM view, but also just in general, avoiding chat. So, there's not going to be a whole lot of stream interaction. Save whenever we're on our break, which we do about halfway through the session, and at the end of the that's when probably do. We're if you don't know already, we're playing the 2nd edition of Pathfinder, and I tend to lean more for rules as intended over as written. If we're unsure of a ruling and we can't find, and I can't find it within a minute, I'm just gonna make a snap decision and we move on. Basically, my style of GMing. If you don't like it, tough.
It's our game.
Right. I'm mostly here to make keep the flow going and making sure everyone has fun. Not spending an hour looking up a specific rule and everyone's night.
Till you drop us in front of a dragon that one-shots one of us.
I mean, you know.
Action.
No.
You know, he just crits. He just crits everybody.
No. Just Warden.
Just Warden, right? Just Chris Warden.
I'm not the tank this time.
Narrator. She was the tank. That'd be fucked up.
It'll be a lot harder to crit me this time.
It's true.
It'll be easier to crit me.
Just and shirk.
Right.
You know, and a message for the apparently the hussarring will be disabled, which is very unfortunate, I know, but again, it's to keep the game going.
Yes. And I even as GM
He knows
will
me too well.
I even as GM will likely not have chat open much. That way I'm not distracted when I'm trying to GM. As you might. Other than I believe that covers everything. Oh, obviously, not that it matters much, considering that no at all that much. I do ask that nobody backseat games
Backseat games. All right.
Absolutely no coordinated dance numbers in order to tell us how to play the game.
Yes. Strictly forbidden.
I don't think we have a bard. So
This time. Hey.
Yet.
Oh, good. People are coming in. Good. Dave did tell me a little while ago he might be 10 minutes late or so. He had to walk to the gas station.
Okay, but that's literally like on the corner where he lives, so.
Yeah, no, I remember when I went up to his place to check out my laptop, it was literally
yes,
a
but
gas
if his
station right around
weather
the
is
corner.
like the rest of ours,
That's true.
That's a good point.
Probably should
Yep.
check and make sure that that he hasn't turned into a Davesicle.
like I said, we've got icy tree branches here, which is that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's Texas. That's intense. I saw about that car crash on I-35 up at Dallas Fort Worth.
That.
Oh my god,
That was fucked up. 6 people
what
dead
is-
and 135 cars involved. Because Texas doesn't. I mean, Texas
We
doesn't.
don't know how to handle ice very well.
Right? Because you. Why? Why would you?
Everything's bigger in Texas, even the
Oh.
car accidents.
Oh.
Oof.
Right.
To be fair, I-35 has a pretty bad reputation, particularly apparently the stretch that goes through Austin.
Oh.
Used to be like one of the most dangerous stretches of highway in the entire United States.
Oh, well, damn.
Now here's a
Even
question:
without ice.
I didn't see the picture that great. Was that an overpass?
I think it was just the interstate. I don't know if it was an overpass or not, but I know the location crash happened. Definitely made it difficult for rescue crash, which that's not great.
Does not look like an overpass. I was going to say because bridges and overpasses have a lower temperature to start, so they all freeze quicker.
It's true, but
It's been cold enough where it's just straight frozen anyway.
right,
Yeah.
up here.
I mean, our low for I think Monday night is supposed to be 2 degrees
Yeah, something similar here actually. So like,
in
holy
Texas.
shit.
But
Right, but again, in Texas.
I wish our low on Monday night was what, 2 degrees. Oh, well, silent. So, I guess with all that out of the way, begin. Dave will arrive a little bit late, but that's okay. So, as I kind of explained to all of you in pros, you have all through your own means and through means and reasons have been hired on by a. Actually, oh shit. Oh.
Hired on by an shit.
I
Right.
think he forgot the alcohol.
No,
So-
no,
I forgot my GM screen.
Fair.
It's not like we can see your dice rolls from here.
No.
man.
That's fair.
No, it is very fucking tough on.
I would also like to point out if TJ wanted to see the dice rolls, he'd see the dice rolls.
True.
True.
We
saw what he did to that 6-pound can.
Just grab it by the face. I don't know what you're all on about.
You all are beginning in the city of Sabanth, which is the capital of the region of Sabanth, or Sabanth rather, depending on you ask. Hired on as effectively merchant guards for a halfling merchant. Take his wares up to Alhax.
Righty.
You're kind of cutting in and out.
Well, it's because my attenuation has to be so high.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
That's fair.
Shit's going down, man.
There we go. So, Pax, you are the first to arrive at the ship that you have been hired on to. You approach the gangplank, and as the airship is resting on top at the top of an airship tower, as you might, and you can see the normal crew and whatnot going through and getting everything prepared for takeoff. Doesn't look like anyone else has arrived yet. From what you can tell, from what Dustin, we can hear your
Yes.
tickety taps.
I can't help that. Really.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. As you're kind of looking around, Pax, it looks like you're really the only one in terms of the guards that have been hired that has arrived yet. And as you look around, you get my notebook out here. As you're looking around the ship, you come across the halfling captain that hired you. A kind of obviously short for a halfling. Kind of middle-aged looking gentleman. His hair beginning to gray. Kind of portly. Dressed definitely in some very, very nice looking clothes. You're not sure of the material, but it looks expensive. Kind of smiles and says, "Ah, you're the first to arrive. It's good to see you. I hope you managed to find the ship okay."
It was pretty obvious.
Well, I suppose that's true. There aren't many airships around in Savannah now, are there? We have well, not necessarily a cabin for you, but I set aside some hammocks for you and your fellow guards, so you shouldn't have want for space. As much as the rest of the crew, anyways. And hopefully, everyone else will be arriving soon.
Sounds fine to me.
Wonderful,
How
wonderful.
should I call you, boss?
What's that?
How should I call you?
Hey, you can just call me Turian. And
All right.
and as he nods and looks over and kind of nods at you and just kind of smiles and looks around, and it's about that time that you see walking up the gangplank a gnomish-looking gentleman, kind of looks to be just slightly over 3 feet tall, wearing some very fine clothes, has daggers at his side, and in general looks like he certainly is short, but it's a gnome. As he walks up the plank and looks around, he catches your eye and begins to approach you and the captain. And that is when Majahapit, if you'd like to introduce yourself. And
I suppose this is where the job's taking place then, eh?
yes, very much so. I'm glad to see you've arrived. I was just beginning. Hey, there's Dave.
Hello.
We're getting everyone introduced right now. I'm glad to see you've made it and managed to find the ship okay. I'm as you may or may not remember, there was quite a bit of alcohol involved when we last met. I'm Captain Tyrion, and this is another one of your fellow guards. I forget your name.
Name's Pax.
Pax, then, is it? I'm Mahajabit. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Your name's a little complex.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
Cool.
If you'd like to also describe yourselves physically, feel free.
Right. So Maha's got sort of a almost blue tint to his hair. Bit on the darker side, but definitely a distinct shade of like a midnight blue. And very fine clothes. Seems like he's been in fine company quite a bit. But just a very generally affable sort, he seems. A little bit of a shorter, scruffy beard to him, and kind of just smiles all around.
Um, Pax is half orc. Middling tall, fairly tall for a human, not quite that tall for an orc, as befitting the ancestry. Skin color is verging more towards human tones, but it's pretty obvious it's not like a standard human skin color.
Okay, so like
Um,
kind of pale-ish green, or
like a tanned greenish, more tanned than not.
okay,
But
okay,
yeah, this is a man who's outside.
right, okay,
Um, very not grim but serious looking, even though that's not actually his personality. He's just very aware of who he is and how people see him. So he's deliberate in how he speaks and acts.
playing the part. I gotcha.
Mostly. I mean, there's a little truth to it as well. Pax is not the brightest man, but he's not stupid.
Gotcha.
As you guys are kind of chatting along and whatnot, the captain, of course, telling you about the ship, the Morning Wind. It is around that time that a fairly tall, looking, certainly not quite a goblin, but very, very close. Kind of put him at, frankly, actually, almost as tall as you, Pax, a few inches off. A hobgoblin wanders up the gangplank, looking, not necessarily scruffy, but definitely looks like he can, or
Apt for a goblin.
yes. And if you'd like to do your introduction, Fef, you can.
Just start from the top of the name.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Do what you want to do.
All right. So first off, as Oro said, y'all would see a somewhat tall, blue-skinned goblin saunter up with, standard leather armor, pouches, good old rapier at the hip. I'm not looking at my character sheet, but I'm sure there's other equipment there. With a single black braid thrown over his shoulder and a raven feather in an earring in the left ear. Both ears are sporting sets of rings. And this would be Fef, son of Walla.
There's an extended bit there, of course, but it goes on for many generations.
Carries on for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, goblins
Oh,
don't
God.
live long.
Glorious.
Is that just because they have a short lifespan, or because they legitimately get themselves killed quickly?
I think both.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go with yes.
That was a genuine question. Sorry.
No, they live to about, I think, 30 or 40.
Ah,
I think 40 is about the lifespan if they don't get themselves killed beforehand, which most of them do.
Yep. Yep.
Which that seems apt considering the line of Walla.
yeah.
Yeah.
Short-lived to a fault.
Beth, as you approach, Captain Turian looks over and just, ah! I remember you. Hard to forget you. Hi, welcome aboard, Fef. Glad to have you.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Kind of reaches out and even grabs your hand and shakes it and whatnot. And of course, then immediately realizes he didn't do that for you two, and turns to you, Masha Hoppit, and turns to you, Pax, and does the same. And just, I'm just so glad to have guards with us on this voyage. You know, ever since as the war has been progressing, the Empire has had to divert more and more resources to keeping the border safe and whatnot. So piracy has been on the rise through these trade routes. So it's good to have additional arms.
Oh, you don't need to tell me twice about that.
Kind of nods and just, ah, I got a good feeling about this though. I think everything's gonna go great.
Don't jinx it, little man.
I am actually quite short for my race, so haha, very, very, very astute.
Sorry.
And he gives a good-natured laugh before he gets a little bit distracted as a very deep red-skinned tiefling walks onto the ship, joining everyone on deck. Taller than everyone currently on the deck, with a very she looks very well. Her skin looks like you're not sure if it's illness or even burns potentially, but something has gone wrong. And Azalin, if you'd like to introduce yourself, or Azalin.
Walk up the plank, look around at the moment, give a slight bow. I am Azalian. It is not unpleasant to be meeting you.
The giant fist bump TJ just did over there, by the way.
I'm assuming this is the cruise you have gotten so far?
Yes, very much so. I'm glad you could make it. We're set to leave in before too long. As I told Pax, I have a section of hammocks barricaded off, or not barricaded, but sectioned off for you and the other guards. That's hilarious, Sleepy. And it's been very much very fun. It's been nice meeting everybody. He just kind of looks around at everyone who is very much taller than him, except of course for Mahajapit. He's just, you all are your help is greatly appreciated, and I will see that you are all very very well rewarded whenever we get to Outhax.
To give a little bit further descriptions on Azalin, she has purple hair, but around the roots in some part it's gone either gray or white, whether from age or similar to the markings of grayish on that are splashed throughout her skin, kind of like just dead skin that's just never been scraped off. So it's these grayish, ashy parts on her otherwise very uh, deep red skin. Her purple hair is tied into a braid, and luckily does not get in the way of the horns protruding from her forehead. And her tail swishes about as uh, demon hooves stride across the wooden deck.
And Captain Turian just kind of nodding nodding along as everyone kind of starts to interact. Just, yeah. All right. Vibing, if you will.
Some real camp counselor vibes off this dude, honestly.
Just happy to be here.
Well, if I wasn't before.
That's funny. He was feeling more like the good humor man to me.
Oh, that's good.
She'll look at the other guards that have assembled so far. Do not worry. I will take the most isolated of the resting accommodations.
Is there a reason you think you need to do that?
Just kind of hold her arms up to show off all the marks on her skin. Most people tend to not be appreciating of my condition. But do not worry. It's not contagious. It did not kill me, so it cannot kill you.
I didn't even know anything was wrong.
I'm
Well,
pretty
then
sure.
you are either polite or stupid.
Probably both.
Oh god. Oh god. This is already going amazingly and I love it. During that conversation, potentially unnoticed by Azaleen and Pax, however, also potentially noticed by Mahajapit and Thef, you notice a very pale, looks to be half-elf, walking up the gangplank and kind of almost, well, I would almost say kind of looks like he's gliding in a way, but not quite that much disciplined step. And is very much just pale black hair, looks around and before noticing the quickly gathering assembly of very heavily armed people, or sometimes not heavily armed, depending. And as he begins to walk over, Zindras, you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, yes. Hello, everyone. I see we've all made it here for the most part. Name's Sundros.
Hi, Zindras. It's great to meet you. How are you doing?
Oh, can't say I'm doing poorly, so I guess that's a positive. Just kind of eager to get going here.
Oh, it won't be too terribly much longer. We're set to leave out fairly soon. Fairly soon. He kind of nods and go. He does the favor for all of you of effectively introducing everyone who has already introduced themselves, so that there's not the cavalcade of Pax effectively introducing himself 6 times.
Thanks.
How many different ways has Maha's name been pronounced?
So far 5 different ways.
Sundros just kind of raises his eyebrows and tries to pronounce it. He gets about halfway through and he's like, Maha. I'm not even going to bother.
Majahapit, Bapajapit, Majahapit,
Maha's just fine.
Maha.
Noted.
He just gives a little thumbs up.
He just Sundros just goes noted, and he writes in his book, and he goes back to like staring at a book he's got out.
Double fisting books, you write in one and then go back to reading the other.
Pretty much.
And just as
Maha is actually with each of the alternate pronunciations of his name, he's actually been taking out a small slip of paper and writing down each one.
yes. And just as Mahajapit is beginning, just as Turian is beginning to damn you, is beginning to kind of get the crew ready for takeoff. You see a very yeah, I won't say refined looking gentleman coming up the gangplank, but very much looking like, well, Lawrence, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
So he kind of comes running up the gangplank, definitely realizing he's late now almost, as I assume sailors are picking up the moorings of this skyship effectively. So just kind of heavily breathing, runs up onto the ship, was probably seen running across half the city. It comes to a rest near the gaggle of colorful folk. Fair tall, kind of weather-worn skin, spends a lot of time outside. Long black braided hair, one single tight long braid that reaches about to the middle of his back, with ears that start to stick upwards, sort of like Zendros's to a point would, or any other elf, but they only go about an inch further back, maybe even half an inch, and then round off like a normal human's ear would. Just kind of standing there, realizing he's found the place. Scale mail tunic that with folds, rather normal looking armor, is well enough kempt, but it's not very special looking. Sword strapped to his back, along with his backpack, and a belt of pouches and a well weathered looking journal at his hip. Comes up. Oh, hello. I had other business to take care of. My name is Lawrence Roseway. I please tell me this is the place.
It is the place.
You are correct.
My this would be a subcontracted job, effectively. My employer as of current was making sure I was well kitted for the job.
It is, by the way, I will note, Lawrence and Aslan are about the same height, for reference.
Okay.
Looking at it, he looks around the
never
group.
really hurts.
Sorry.
That would be before the horns, by the way.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Maha just kind of shrugs and says, never hurts to be prepared.
He takes a moment and stares at Maha, by the way. Maha Japit. Yes?
And one of his eyebrows just kind of raises, just like, yes, as a matter of fact.
Because assuming Turian introduced us, I see. That is a very tricky name. Yes.
Don't even worry about it. I don't.
Well, I hope I haven't set us too far back.
Not at all, not at all. We're actually just about to leave. Made it just in time. Which, speaking of, gangplank up, and we're off on our way. As two airmen pull the gangplank up, separate airship and the tower with and moored. The mooring pulled back. I'll have you know, by the way, chat. So the stream can see the chat.
I know.
Perfect. And as it there's a slight shove of motion as the airship begins to move. At first caught by sailing by the sail that is unfurled, and eventually you see be a human go up sort of behind the captain's wheel, which is offset from the center of the ship to around the mast effectively. And the airsman human begins to work arcane runes into the air before effectively attuning ships magic and then be more directly effectively fine tuning his direction with help from the sail gives him an as you uh as the ship continues on and you see Sabant falling away behind you, rising up quickly, taking a northeast kind of direction, varying between northeast. The sun, as the day progresses, eventually the sun does get overhead and then behind you, and things progress without issue. For say a solid week, 2 weeks even of travel. If anyone would like to do traction or anything like that before moving on.
You said 2 weeks?
Yes.
I'm taking notes this time.
Fair.
Not a bad idea.
And as you guys are going along, you see the landscape going from the kind of lusher middle of the continent where you guys are, going down to from Sabanth up northwest begins to get less. You follow along a large river to the north for a long while before eventually the river, and this is after several days of towns, cities, smaller settlements by in the following along southern edge of the river. One of the crewmen at some point even says he can see the Imperial capital, but when the rest of you go to look, you don't see it, and he just goes, it just means that I have the better vision.
Or the delusions.
Rude.
Incorrect.
But not that. Keep going.
Who was
Lord-
the one that was more studious with all the books? It was
Zindros.
Sendros.
if Zendros is well read in local lore and folktale, Azalin might match a description of a character of some notoriety from the region of the Tiefwald.
So you're asking him about this?
No, I'm pointing out that it's something he might know. She was a folktale basically for 25 years.
Right. I would say probably not.
Okay.
Zindros' area of expertise lying elsewhere. Effectively.
Fair enough.
But if that is, if like to specifically act out, which
I do.
Oh, okay. Good.
Based on their descriptions, I'm going to have a short conversation with Fef and Mahajapit.
Okay.
I'll approach them individually, even though they're going to get asked the same questions, because this is going to be very blunt.
Okay.
Maha, what do you do?
He kind of stares off, like, away from you for a moment after you ask, before kind of just sort of standing back and looking over to you, and is just, oh, sorry. Well, you see, I work as a bit of a you could say an emissary and presentable face for certain parties within Banth.
Now, I'm sorry. In a fight, what do you do?
Well, he kind of like jostles at the daggers at his sides a bit, and it's like, I'm typically not the most inclined to fight. I know my way around a knife or two, but I have my ways of getting things done. I've had a bit of help to learn my way around. Might have to introduce you at some point.
Okay. Not quite what I wanted, but okay.
Eh, it's complicated. He's not the most outgoing and talkative sort, but one day I'd convince you, convince him to give you an audience.
That's fine. Then I'm going to approach Fef as well. Fef, what do you do in a fight?
I stab. Or shoot. Just gonna gesture to the rapier and the crossbow.
Do you have a preference?
Stab.
All right, cool. I'll stay out of your way so you can do that.
Thank you.
I
I'm
get
good.
big Eeyore vibes from PAX already.
You wouldn't be terribly wrong.
Perhaps leaning more towards the polite side.
What do? I stab. Okay.
Ho hum.
Oh. So as the days go on, you guys are afforded quite a bit of time to kind of get to know each other as you travel. The countryside going along below you. The morning wind definitely well stocked for the trip. Carrying silks and even spices and general cookware, effectively, but like the luxury cookware of well, like I said, spices, but also things that are less found up in Alhax and in the general northern region, fish, and especially because Samantha is obviously on the water and they got lots of fish. And yeah, the general rule, however, of course, being not allowed in the captain's cabin, save for invite. As you begin to, as you you can even see down below you, for the last few days of your travel, lush green has begun to get to more orangish, and in brown of a
Scrubland.
scrubland. Yes, exactly. And things have gotten a little more well looking that way. Um, I'd say it's about midday, about two-ish weeks into your travel, when the one of the airmen up in the crow's nest shouts, "Oh, we got a ship coming up behind us, flying the Imperial colors." Which Captain Turian just, well, all our paperwork is in order. I hopefully they'll just go right on past, but I really don't want to be delayed. Is anyone doing anything?
Lawrence has basically been glued to the side of the ship for 2 weeks, just watching the world go by.
This seems suspicious that we wouldn't have seen a ship coming up on us sooner than this. Fef's gonna be on deck, crossbow ready.
Okay.
Let me check something.
Zendros looks visibly annoyed and kind of mutters, "Oh, I hope it's not who I think it is." Suppose we'll see.
I would definitely say, which, that's fair. That's fair. It is also worth noting, from your travels, you kind of gather that, Captain Turian, despite being a merchant, is not technically a member of the Merchants Guild. Freelancing, especially. And as the ship behind you begins to approach,
How
you
close is it now?
At this point, about 300 feet and getting closer. It is much smaller than your ship, but it is faster and most assuredly more well armed. You can see 3 cannons on either side, and mounted on the front ship is the signature weapon of the Imperial Air Navy, the Dragon Shot Cannon.
I was gonna say, let me make a perception check to make sure they're not pirates with a fake flag, but if they've got that, probably doesn't really matter either way.
Oh, you can still roll if you like.
Yeah.
Okay. This far out, it looks seems okay.
Okay.
Oh, and don't forget, guys, there is that little eye icon, perception roll. That is effectively it's a blind roll that only I will see as the GM.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That way, it's more like.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you click the eye, only
Right.
you see it.
Yeah, only I see it. Effectively, that way it's you guys won't know what your perception roll is. So you kind of have to just trust what I'm telling you.
So it's less metagamey. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I thought
right.
the eye was a toggle for the roll itself and not a separate button to cause a different roll.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's entirely fair.
Okay. I actually kind of like that.
Same.
That's neat.
Me as well.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
As the ship gets closer, it's a smaller ship, so there's not many people on deck, but I mean, it looks even undermanned even for a smaller ship. And as they get to be about 100 feet out, the flag begins to descend. And as they get closer, the old black flag, skull and crossbones, rises up, announcing its presence.
Just gonna swear in every language I know.
Which is
Depending
many.
on what those are, I might know some.
Common, Draconic, Elven, and Goblin.
I know Common, Draconic, and Elven at least. So
Hey.
And as the flag flies up, you see a mixture of goblins and orcs begin to prepare gangplanks on the side of the ship as it begins to post up to the side of your own. Before throwing, effectively, while others throw hooks over to pull their ship in closer, the gangplanks begin to come down. And before they've even settled, the goblins are starting to get up onto it. And out from below deck, you see a large Minotaur rise up, step up onto the deck. Find the item we're looking for. Take no prisoners. Start combat. I will transfer everything over on the stream to our the Foundry view, effectively. It might take a while to load for the players, because there's a lot going on here.
It is taking a bit.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah, no, stream will lag for a little bit because everyone is currently trying to connect to the map, which is effectively, it's an upload thing. So the stream might lag out a little bit here. All right. So the slight buffering and skip frame should slow.
Oh, that's part of why it was being slow, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it
All right,
is.
that's slick.
The mast goes to infinity.
Ah.
All right.
I spent 5 hours getting this working.
5 hours straight, no less.
Yes.
God damn.
All right, credit though. It looks really cool with the ground moving behind it and the clouds.
That is fucking dope.
Ah, I'm so proud. Everyone kind
You
of
should be.
everyone kind of adjust yourselves on the on the deck where you would like. I don't have set up for the other passengers, the other crewmen, unfortunately.
So free positioning right now.
Effectively within reason, yeah.
Dan, where do you want to be?
What is that? Oh, okay, that
And
was somebody
set
else.
me. Let's zoom it out a little bit so I can see you. Go ahead and move me. Let's go 2 squares left.
Right there.
That'll work. Actually, can you go 1 more square to the right? There we go.
Unfortunately, despite all the effort I put in, the ship itself is half a square off of the actual grid.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was now. Thank you.
Yep.
Because yeah.
No, it's unfortunate. But when I tried to move it, it moved everything. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna fuck with it. This is good enough.
Yeah.
We'll
take
live.
it.
So, I do believe it is time for initiative.
I cannot toggle a combat state. It says there's no active combat encounter.
There should be now.
There we go.
For some reason, my name hasn't updated in my.
Oh, that's true. I probably haven't updated. Oh, fuck.
What the?
Oh,
Okay,
the
that's.
dice. Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Yeah, they added 3D dice in the
Yes.
recent, which is kind of neat.
That is a module I got.
It can be disabled, but
Why would you?
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Right. That that could have been private, or public, but hey. All right. So, at the beginning. And by the way, if anyone had issues last game with deselecting their token, you should now be able to left-click on any part of the map, and it should deselect your token. And if it doesn't, you should be able to shift-click, and it will deselect your token.
I think as long as I right-click somewhere else, it works to deselect.
Yes. So, beginning of combat, Azaleen, it is your turn.
Aslan will draw her bow and staying where she is, she'll pull an arrow from a quiver and target the goblin on the rightmost flank.
Oh yeah, by the way, I added pings.
Okay, can you see my ping?
I can. You can shift click now and or you should actually no, you can hold down when you select and it will ping. And then I have a special ping permissions, which is to a shift click for me, which will drag everyone's camera to where I am pinging. So yeah, you're targeting this one.
20 to hit.
That'll hit.
There is damage.
Okay.
Because bow does not add strength to it, correct? Only the
No,
only
that's the
composite bow
composite,
does.
yeah.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And Aslan at this point will actually 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There. move onto the upper part of the ship.
Okay. Okay. The 3 actions. Second, a reflex save. As your arrow sticks into the goblin and you go, you see it begin to wobble on the gangplank before managing to catch itself and stop itself from falling off the gangplank and falling. The goblin in the middle's turn. Yes. What? First move, let's see. It is going to actually, it'll gonna run across the gangplank real quick, especially after seeing its friend take damage, get shot. It's gonna run across the gangplank, jump onto your ship, just pulls out its knife and just runs over to you, Lawrence, and stabs at you with its dog slicer for a 13.
That does not hit.
Kind of swings in or stabs, does a slash for you, and you fairly easily manage to duck back real quick and avoid the slice. It's not the most practiced fighter, so it's not hard to avoid its blow. The Minotaur on the other ship is it's obviously a little too large to get in close with you guys, get in across the gangplanks. But he does, you can tell, effectively begin getting the orcs that have not quite gotten across the gangplanks yet to begin loading the cannons. And in general is giving orders. Step up closer. The orc, once it has finished loading the cannon, will begin to get up onto the gangplank itself, though admittedly very carefully. Its movement to. It's also going to actually come in at you, Lawrence, because you're the closest one to it. And with a dagger that is actually kind of stuck in between its hands, effect almost like a guitar. Gonna do kind of a punching strike at you. 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. For 6 damage.
Okay.
Should we be seeing these even as private rolls for you?
No. Fail. It's also a thing that I got that effectively all my private DM rolls will no longer fill the chat box.
Oh, okay, cool.
So when I was trying to do fucking if I'm trying to do a private stealth rolls for someone that you guys don't even know is on the fucking map yet.
He doesn't need to do 7 stealth rolls, even though there are only 3 people.
Right, exactly. Lawrence, it is your turn.
Okay, so that hurt a whole lot. So we'll double down in turn. So sword drawn. Lawrence lifts it in a defensive posture for a moment, and then his his open hand starts to quickly draw runic symbols in the air using just his fingers, palm staying completely static. And as he finishes, as well as mumbling in Draconic, as he finishes, his entire hand just crackles with electricity, and he grabs at the base of the blade, and using the fact that his glove is heavily leathered to his advantage, runs his grip along the entire length of the bastard sword and in its path, the electricity leaves his hand like it was paint and transfers to the blade instead. Before putting his second hand on the base of this, on the handle of the sword, and aiming in a very brutal downwards chop at the orc.
Okay. That bread.
Hell yeah.
You rolled that privately. I cannot see it.
It doesn't say I rolled it privately. Oh, there it is. I got an 11 if we want to keep it, though.
Reroll it.
Okay.
Right.
Better?
Okay, yeah, 19.
That'll hit.
Okay. So I'm going to do the damage on the sword first.
Oh.
Oh, minimum damage roll. That sucks. But, and then I have to do
Interesting.
the attack roll for the spell now.
While he's doing that, since I can't see Lorenz from where I am, I can't see his rolls either. But Dan, who can see him, I can see his rolls.
That's neat as shit.
Interesting.
Oh, that's so cool.
Huh.
I love Foundry. All right. But yes, the spell attack.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought that'd be worth sharing.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on.
Unfortunately, that does not. Hey,
And
the
the
11 came back around.
Right. So as the spell swings, or as the sword swings wide, the lightning dissipates. And that was a waste of a spell.
Doesn't it last on your sword until the end of your next turn?
Oh, that's
though?
right. It's not just on attack. I keep misreading my own writing, basically.
That's fair. That's fair. And then, don't you also get a chance?
No.
Oh, because you're two-handing it.
Well, because spell strike is a free action. Casting a spell is 2 actions. And then attacking is an action. So
That's fair.
that's me spent.
I forgot slide casting wasn't.
Slide casting is free. I just have to do it within the same casting action.
Gotcha. Okay.
I wasn't planning on doing shit the whole roll.
That's fair. Fair. The other orc, he also begins to come across. And he'll come in actually at you, Fef.
Oh no.
And will stab at you with a very similar style blade that he stabbed at Lorenz with for an 11.
No.
He with your quick reflexes, you're able to duck around the stabbing stabbing punch effectively, and you're able to not avoid getting stabbed, much to your joy. Pax, it's your turn.
All right. Things aren't doing what I wanted. But you said shift was the ping, right?
No, just holding down clicking is your pick.
Ah, okay. So I am going to demoralize that orc.
Okay.
Let's see. I need to roll 4 intimidation.
Yes. Against a DC 12.
Where is my... There. Ouch. All right.
Fortunately, he does not seem very intimidated by pudding.
I'm still going to tell him his mother smells.
That's fair. That's fair. He looks mildly off-put, but at the same time also realizes he's trying to stab you. So, you know.
Yeah, fair. Okay, that's one action. Tumble through.
Okay.
He is within range for that because 25 move speed.
Yep.
Even though he's considered 5 feet of hard terrain, that should put me at that square right there.
Yeah, you can get there easily. Yeah.
It is acrobatics.
against the enemy's reflex DC.
Oh my goodness.
Oof.
Hero point that?
I'm gonna. Yeah.
Hero point
That's
it?
a hero point for me.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Hey!
Much better.
Yeah, that goes much better in your favor. In fact, that's a critical success.
I don't
Not
know if
that
there's a
it
critical
doesn't-
success for it.
No, not for tumble through. But hey, you know.
Okay. So he should now be flat-footed.
Yes. Yes, he is. You are, especially because you are flanking with Laura.
Yes, flat-footed and flanked.
Yes. Flat-footed. But.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna spike chain him. Pressing the button and it's not rolling.
Strike +7 button.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
Try it on your character sheet. You have the actions part of your character sheet.
Okay, give it a try there.
There you go. That'll hit.
Okay. And then roll for damage.
Hey.
Pretty good.
Yeah, as you swing out your chain, as you tumble through the orc's legs and get onto the other side of him, pulling your chain out as you go, you whip it out, it wraps around the orc's neck, and as you pull in to pull it taut to get the spikes to dig in, you just see the spikes just lacerate its neck entirely, and it just burbles and falls to the ground.
Brutal.
There's a moment where, as it drops, Lawrence looks openly kind of in shock of the death he's just seen. That's the most gruesome thing I have ever seen.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
You're like, buddy, we're just getting started.
As you're saying this, the other goblin that was on the gangplanks just runs in and Dave, we lost Dave on Foundry.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Gotcha. Gonna run in and attempt to stab you Pax. 27.
Yeah, that hits. It is not a crit though.
Okay. Does 6 damage. So as you're kind of focusing on the orc, the kill, and speaking with Lorenz, the goblin runs up behind you, just goes in and gets a pretty good stab in on the back of your thigh, effectively. Just and you feel that pain begin to blossom before it goes in for another strike. Oof, and critically fails. And that will end its turn. Mahajapit, your turn.
All right. So Maha sees all of this unfolding in front of him, and just kind of a sigh and mutter under his breath, and he's like, "Well, Tuki, looks like I found those people for you to hate." So he starts bringing his hands together, and as he pushes them out in front of him, this sort of like green haze starts to issue forth and fill the space in front of him. And then he snaps a finger and manifests his Eidolon.
You guys watch as Mahajapit begins to do this arcane ritual, and the green mist coalesces into a miniature version of a green dragon standing on deck. Bigger than Mahajapit, it's worth noting, but not big enough to ride.
Now, unfortunately, the Manifest Eidolon is a 3-action activity, so that is all I can do with this turn.
Yes, unfortunately.
But yeah, he finishes the summoning and says, "Well, they're all yours."
I hate everything. Beth, your turn.
Real quick, is dropping things a free action still? I always
Yes.
forget.
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna 5-foot step back for action 1.
Okay.
We're gonna try to shoot this bitch in the face.
Okay.
Oh wait, I forgot I had to reopen my character sheet.
You can also, and again, we can get into this after the session or between sessions. You can also add your actions to your hot power. Ooh.
Wow, I'm gonna hero point that right away.
Okay.
Cool fucking dice, by the way.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, they're hurting my feelings now.
Oh.
no.
Okay, something else is happening because I'm not seeing anybody's dice rolls happen on mine. So
Actually, no. There is
Yeah.
technically there is
That's weird.
there is an invisible wall along the banister. Save where the
okay, well we'll see
Yeah.
if that's
yeah.
Also,
Thing later.
the reason I asked if dropping things was a free action is because I'm going to actually drop my crossbow and spend my last action to pull my rapier and buckler to the
Okay.
ready.
Okay. Yeah, you take a step back and you get ready to fire a crossbow, and you fire it off, and it unfortunately goes wide. A sudden jerk of turbulence from the airships kind of making your aim go off kilter, and things get your hit does not unfortunately land. The Goblin Warrior that Aslan shot earlier finally gets his turn to go in. He's going to come on in off the gangplank and step foot onto your ship before pulling out his own short bow and attempt to fire at you, Aslan. It does pass through creatures, so you do actually have minor cover, which increases your AC by
2, isn't it?
yes.
Yep.
That was almost a nat 20. 16.
that misses.
Okay. The
Also,
short.
I would have been very mad at you if your first hit on me in this game was a crit.
I fucking laughed so
Oh
hard.
my god.
Oh god.
Oh, something else I just thought of. One other notable thing with having the Eidolon summoned now. Maha now has what looks like a bright, glowing green dragon claw, like gripped over his right shoulder,
Yeah, his right shoulder. Yes.
and that same sort of claw appears to be over the dragon's right shoulder as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Even at a casual glance, you guys can tell that it is very clearly linked some way. Though obviously you may not know what the exact meaning is. Zindros, it is your turn.
Sundross will pull out one of his kopeshes.
You cut out there after drawing the cope.
Yeah, I know. I have it on push to talk, so you guys don't have to hear me typing and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
okay, I got
And
you.
it decided it was gonna type in a fucking box, which I fucking hate about Discord.
Yes.
Anyway, it's about that curved, in shape, and in his right hand, he is going to conjure up if I can find it, Divine Lance.
Hey.
And this spectral gray mist looking lance starts to appear in his hand. He's going to toss it at this Goblerino.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Oof.
Oh.
Unfortunately, does not hit.
Can I hero point it?
Sure.
Okay, I will do that then. So
Better. Unfortunately, it does go wide.
all right then.
Divine Lance, unfortunately, just narrowly going over the goblin's head.
We're gonna session 1 wipe because none of us can roll for shit.
Oh my god.
Well, everyone
Look, I
can.
rolled okay, but that's that.
I feel like that would be completely on brand, considering that last campaign ended with us as level 4 characters taking down a fucking dragon.
Instant
I feel like
karma, we have
that
to
would
be
be just
TPK'd.
the perfect follow-up.
Yeah.
Oh
we all get
no.
TPK'd.
Oh no.
Hope you got your backups ready, kids.
Follow up, because that you still have one more action. Oh no, drawing your Kopesh was it interact. That
Correct, and Divine Lances too.
Yep. Aslan, your turn.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to use the wheel here as cover from that goblin.
Okay.
I'm going to enter monastic archer stance. And
You
then
go.
use
I said, here we go.
and use flurry of blows. So Aslan reaches into her quiver and draws 2 arrows, one between her index and middle finger, and one between her middle and ringer finger. She pulls her bow up and puts the lower arrow, the one between her middle and ring finger, on the string first, and points it towards the Minotaur.
Okay.
And looses. And right after loosing, she just rolls the other arrow down her fingers and fires a second shot immediately at the Minotaur again.
Okay, so 2 shots at the Minotaur.
Yep.
Oh,
Damn.
Hey.
Damn. All right.
Right, that's justice.
That first hit is a crit. The second one does unfortunately miss.
I rolled pretty low damage, but
Still, that's 7 damage to the Minotaur as you kind of use the shield for the wheel as cover. Just boom, boom. The second shot going wide, but the first one hitting really close to the jugular, and just red bitch breaks off the arrow shaft before just throwing it to the deck and just stares right at you.
he shouted that, right?
Yes.
So shout back, come and say that to my face.
Wait, hey, don't. I'm kind of in the way of that.
Exactly.
What? Hey.
The Goblin Warrior that is currently engaged with Lorenz in melee. Kind of seeing an opportunity. Looks over before stabbing at you, Lorenz.
Okay.
Knife. That's a crit.
I'm gonna die. I am at 5 health.
Jesus Christ.
Does do 6 damage.
Yep, I'm down.
No, you have 17 for
Oh, that's right. It didn't update my thing. So yeah, I'm at
5.
5.
Close, but no. Before then turning towards you, Pax, and it's going to attempt to stab at you.
I'm not flanked because they're just
No, we're not.
They're not adjacent, or they are adjacent. So,
But they don't draw a line through you.
exactly. Okay.
17
Does not hit.
does not hit. So it stabs you, Lorenz, and you can feel it kind of dig in just between the ribs in your chest before it turns and goes for you, Pax, and attempts to make involuntary blood brothers out of Lorenz and Pax first session, and misses Pax with his stab. And that'll be its turn. The Minotaur now most notably very upset, being shot by Aslan. It does not walk up to the gangplank. Instead,
Oh no.
decidedly just staring right at frankly at you, Aslan. But due to again the size constraints of the gangplanks, it's not able to really do anything. Lorenz, your turn.
Okay. From where I'm standing, I'm actually flanking with Pax, correct?
Yes.
Because we do draw a line through him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So with the spell still imbued in the sword, changing from a horizontal downward chop to a vertical slice. Both hands still on the blade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hero pointing that.
That hits.
Cool. I'm gonna roll the spell attack too now while I'm thinking about it.
Okay. That also hits.
Okay.
Yay.
This thing's about to be fried.
Damn.
2d12 on Shocking Grasp.
Oh.
Zap, you guys watch as Lorenz just brings this sword up overhand and just swings in, cutting into the goblin's, effectively the clavicle. And it doesn't really seem to actually do all that much, the sword slash. And then with a burst of electricity, that electricity from earlier goes off from the sword into the goblin, and especially for you, Pax and Zindris, and you, Lorenz, burning flesh begins to fill the air as its eyeballs begin to melt in its sockets, and it just crumples right then and there, sliding off of your sword, Lorenz, with a bit of wet gore.
It coming back up to a readied stance, and Lawrence just kind of rolls his shoulders for a moment. And then, because that was just one action. Looking at Pax, can you hand us that?
Probably.
Good. Be safe. And in a way mimicking what he did before, the same static palm but fingers motioning. But this time, in his hand is the crackling embers of a low flame spread across his fingers, and almost pinching the sword between thumb and forefinger and just running them along the fuller of the blade. The embers transfer over just like the lightning did and spread from the indent of the fuller out to the edges of the blade. Not all consuming like the lightning was. It is very specifically just on the cutting edge of the weapon. As he does this, he turns his head to look at the orc, threatening now Theth in a way. And Pax being closest, but anybody paying attention sees almost a doorway-sized ripple in the air, like when hot air is reaching that mirage-like consistency. And then there's a pop. And as that pop happens, Lawrence is flung through it in a controlled manner. Or the first part of the the first part of the motion seems forceful and almost beyond his comprehension, and then as he comes to land, it's very controlled. Here, right in the orc's face, flaming blade raised, and looking over at Feth, actually, just giving him we're together in this one.
Okay.
You guys watch this marvelous display of something going on.
I feel like that sure did happen.
The orc now very much almost flanked, not wanting to let Lorenz get in stay behind him. The orc will actually continue chasing its prey in Fef and move away from Lorenz. But will step in closer to Fef and will attempt to stab punch you again with the knuckle dragger. For a grand total of 9.
No.
Before it kind of and 6 does not hit either.
No.
Okay. And unfortunately, that is its turn. I say unfortunately for me, that is its turn. Leading us to Pax. Your turn.
All right. All right. Obviously, little bastard that shanked me.
Yep.
First things first, I am going to roll for intimidation for demoralize.
That will, and that's against will, correct? Yep, that works.
Yep.
It is intimidated. It is demoralized.
So it should be frightened 1, I believe.
Okay.
If I have that correct. Yeah, frightened 1. All right, and then tumble through.
Okay.
And that's athletics.
Now with
No,
that
that's
minus acrobatics. Now with that -1 versus the reflex DC. Succeeds. No, actually, does not. Does not succeed.
That's fine. In that case, I'm still going to at -1 swing.
Okay, that'll hit.
Okay. And then
Oops.
roll 4 damage.
Homage. All right. Your chain wrapping around the goblin's midsection, and much like the orc, as you pull it taut around, you just hear the wet squelching of the goblin as you very quickly bring it to its demise, causing it to just scream in pain before crumpling around your chain.
Okay. I am going to raise my voice and shout at Lorenz. Yeah, I got it.
Looks over, just honestly gives him a thumbs up. And he looks genuinely relieved.
That's amazing. Mahajapit, your turn.
Okay. Mm, right. So I think I'm going to start with an act together. I'm going to move myself up and to the right 2 squares to get kind of like positioned behind the mast.
Okay.
And then Glinthatook, I want to move. Let's move him. His movement's 25 feet as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move him towards the goblin that's right by the gangplank. 4, 5. Okay. That should be fine there. Okay, so that's my first action. Second action, gonna have Glinthatook move up 2 more squares to be beside the goblin. And third action, Glinthatook is going to slam his tail down at the goblin.
Here we go. Oh! Bounced off the bottom of the screen.
I'm debating if I want to bother hero pointing that. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's hero point it. Why not?
Okay.
Why the fuck not?
Doing it
We're
live.
burning everybody's hero points today.
Oh!
God damn it!
We're doing it live.
It was better though.
It was better.
It was, but shit.
Right. Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, it does not hit.
That was all 3 actions, sadly.
Yeah, you guys watch as Mahajapit himself kind of takes cover behind the mask, but this dragon, this medium-sized dragon, just kind of pulls itself across the deck towards this goblin, swings its tail around to bring it down on the goblin that Azalin shot earlier, and misses. Unfortunately, Beth, your turn.
Well, and this may come as a surprise, I'm gonna try to stab the guy that's trying to stab me.
Hey, you know what? Motherfucking back alley. That
I will do the multiple attack for my second
that
action.
just barely does not hit. Just barely.
Game, please. And then I will spend my third action to raise shield.
Raise shield? Okay. Yeah, you swing in with your dagger, and it's or not your dagger.
Rapier.
Rapier. That's right. Duh. Literally says right there in the chat box, rapier. Stab him with your rapier twice, and the orc. Well, he's not nimble enough to really dodge your blows. He does kind of just and use his in a display of surprising martial prowess, uses the dagger in his hand to actually kind of like deflect the rapier as it comes in before just get goblin that is now martially engaged with Glinthatook. Going to turn and attempt to stab at Glinthatook with his dagger, and 11.
That does not hit.
Okay.
That does not.
It swings and just, misses. Gonna try and stab in again. It's an 11 this time. Misses even worse, and just looks out back over the other ship. Boss, I think we're in over our heads here. And to which the Minotaur just keep fighting. And it will again attempt to stab at Glinthatook for a lowly 5. And much...
That would be a crit fail.
A critical failure. Not that it does much limitedly for melee blows, but Glinthatook and the goblin now engaged in fierce melee combat. The Glinthatook using both his scales and general appendages to kind of deflect and parry the knife blows, while the goblin uses its kind of natural quickness to avoid Glinthatook. Zindros, your turn.
So I'm going to move up here and kind of holding out my Kopesh to my side and once again attempting to call upon the Divine Lance.
Okay.
For the goblin up by the gangplank.
That'll hit. Four damage. Okay. That actually, your Divine Lance you gathered into your hands and you throw it at this goblin, and you watch as while the goblin is distracted with Glinthatook and is attempting to get a good stab in on the dragon icon, it doesn't notice you gathering this divine energy in your hand and throwing it at this goblin, and strikes it dead in the chest, and you watch as the skin of the chest crumples and the Divine Lance goes shooting out the back of the goblin and off into the distance a ways before fading into nothingness as the goblin just takes a few more swings at Glinthatook and then just collapses.
Hell yeah. This is what I pictured it looking like, by the way.
Oh, over in the Discord. Cannot show on stream yet, but so it's effectively a smoky black mass in the shape of a lance that goes piercing through the goblin.
Yeah, it looks very spectral.
Okay, that works.
That makes more sense.
Dig
I
it.
thought he was posting the picture of the train. I was gonna say, wow, that's really high.
Yes, Thomas the Tank Engine.
Doot, doot.
Well, thanks for dictating what the spells of my next sorcerer look like. Full planes train.
Da, 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 da.
Azalin, your turn.
Aslan will draw another 2 arrows and fire off another flurry of blows in the same fashion towards the Minotaur again.
Okay.
And both miss.
Both do miss, unfortunately. Though, and then is that you have more actions, don't you?
Yeah, I still have 2 more actions.
That's what I thought.
Not really much to use them on. So she'll draw another arrow and ready an attack if the Minotaur goes for one of the cannons.
Readying is technically a 2 action. So
I still have 2 actions.
well, if you drawing the no, you're right. No, yeah. I'm thinking crossbow
Bows
rules.
don't have a reload.
No, yeah, I'm thinking the crossbow rules. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. And what is the ready? What is the trigger?
If the Minotaur attempts to use one of the cannons.
Okay. The Minotaur at this point just fuck it. It'll be easier to search the corpses. And he walks over, not going for the cannon, and instead grabs the gangplank and upends it, and throws it into the air as it just goes clattering to the ground. Before going over and effectively doing 2 at once, and then doing the same to the third, before calling out, "Pull back! We'll use the cannon." And the ships now separated. The faster ship, the smaller ship, begins to trail back behind your ship. As it pulls away. Lorenz, your turn.
Checking a thing. It does not appear that there are any answers to that question, though. So while seeing that go down, I'm gonna, I suppose, handle the business happening here. Step up behind the orc tied up with Veth and swing the flaming blade.
Okay. That will, especially with the flat-footed, hit.
Hey.
Don't forget to also roll your spell attack. That's a crit.
Nice.
Cool. Do spells crit?
Yeah.
If you roll damage, yes. If you roll to hit, yes.
Cool. So we'll just do this in order then. It doesn't have anything for rolling critical damage. Like, I can just roll the regular damage for it. Do I just multiply that by 2 or something? Or
Roll it twice. Okay. Okay. How would you like to kill it?
It and Fef are going toe to toe, correct?
Yes.
So what Fef sees basically is the the blade from behind punches through this thing's neck in a piercing motion, and as it begins to gurgle and clutch at the blade and scream, a small burst of flame happens within the wound. The flame on the blade immediately going out, and as the burst of flame happens, that gurgling scream turns into something more like a hacking cough as the internal structures are all burnt, and as the blade is withdrawn, as the body drops, it doesn't bleed. The burst of fire having cauterized the wound he just caused.
And with that, the orc drops dead. And Azalin, you're the only one in position to watch as the other ship moves in behind the Morning Wind. And you see inside the mouth of the dragon shot cannon on front of the ship, flame begins to appear before firing out, running through the core of the Morning Wind and effectively gutting it as the enchantments that keep it aloft go out. And your ship begins to plummet faster and faster, going towards the ground, until eventually, with a crunch of wood meeting earth, everything goes black for everyone. Everyone gets 120 experience.
Yay, but also, oh no.
You do not own a token with vision.
We
I'm
wake
gonna
up
get
on
that
a
notice
beach.
every time we change, aren't we?
Yeah. Also, we wake up on a beach. Surprise, this game is designed by Lariat.
Look, as long as we don't wake up in a cart.
Ah, you beat me to it. Hey, you're finally awake.
Jake, I
Nope.
am noticing a slight problem with, I think, my damage rolls,
Oh,
and I don't know if it's on my end or your end. I wasn't getting any sneak attack bonus against flat-footed targets.
Oh, that's something you have to set up.
I have no idea how to do that.
we will.
Unless you want me to just roll an extra 1d6 against stuff that's flat-footed.
Yeah, we'll do that for now, and we'll figure it out at a later time.
Okay.
How to get that working. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, you got 2 kills even without surprise without surprise attack.
Or sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah.
I fucked up with surprise attack. I was supposed to do that myself on my first roll instead of perception.
No, that's fair. That's fair. So everyone gets 120 experience, and everyone give me fortitude saves.
Oh no.
Look at the dice clunk into each other. That's so fucking satisfying.
Ain't it just?
I am gonna be injured.
Lorenz, you are the first to awaken. Feeling slaps of rain beginning to slap, drops of rain being to slap upon your face. You awaken with a start and many bruises. Your body just pervasively sore. You hear the crackling of fire around you. And as you slowly sit up, you look around, and the damage, the wreckage of the ship surrounds you and strews back a good 30 feet behind you. Notice that it is dark now. The only light that is provided from the moon and the fire, or that is on different parts of the ship.
Okay. Upon waking and realizing it's dark, then I'm going to take the sword in hand and cast light.
That's fair. So you effectively have your sword lights up like a beacon, effectively in the
Mm-hmm.
and you can see kind of around you various members of the other guards of the ship. In your immediate, obviously you see half buried under the corpse of the orc that he was fighting with.
Fef will be the first when I wake up then.
Okay.
Just a quick pushing the orc off of him and then rolling him onto his back and giving his cheek a few slaps. Come on. The afterlife has not found us yet.
So we didn't die.
Astonishingly.
Beth is going to struggle to stand up and start looking for his crossbow.
That's fair. Give me a perception check. You find it fairly close by. Yeah.
Sick.
Nearby, you guys also, of course, spot rest of your crew, the rest of your group, and also nearby, buried under quite a bit of lumber, is Captain Tyrion, who had disappeared at the beginning of the fight, headed below deck.
Ooh.
So you're gonna look over to Lorenz, and a thought just occurred. That Minotaur said they'd find whatever they needed on the corpses. We should probably move.
Let's wake up who we can and, well, start there. So yeah, at that point, picking among the crew to see who is alive and who is not.
Right.
And woke up.
Okay. The rest of you are woken up one by one, or in this case, two by two, by the combined efforts of Lorenz and Fef. Bahajapit, you get a little bit of extra boosting by a very annoyed voice. That helps spur you to consciousness.
How annoyed we talking?
Oh, just fucking self-righteously annoyed. The worst kind of annoyed.
Got it. Gone full Karen. Got it.
Yes. And as you guys awaken, you are roused from your unconsciousness. You do also, as you check on Captain Tyrion, discover that he is alive. Though, from the blood that is trickling from his mouth, maybe not for long. You can see he's effective. You seen the movie Signs?
Yes.
Yeah, remember what happened to the wife? Car crash?
Yeah.
Effectively that.
Oh no.
With lumber from the ship. Um,
Try to move it then.
Probably shouldn't.
Well, no, that's like a conscious in-character decision, not going to be moving that lumber.
You do see that he is holding a chest in his hands. And as he notices, his eyes are very foggy and not seeming to focus very well. But as he looks over it and he sees you approaching, Lorenz. Oh, well, that could have gone better, huh?
Very much could have.
I'm not gonna make it, am I?
I do not think so.
Well, happens to everyone.
Eventually. Is this, and just putting a hand on the chest, is this what they were looking for?
Yes. Cannot let them have it. Deliver it to Rathacaster in Alhax. That is fair.
I have no idea how to spell that, but I'm writing it down as well.
I will write it down in the Foundry chat.
I was not terribly far off.
So I'll slide the chest of him at that point.
Okay.
So we're all awake at this point, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask the obvious PAX question. Does nobody have any healing magic?
It's a bit out of my purview.
I could make
Send,
an old family recipe to put a bit of pep in our step, but I don't have the equipment.
Sundros would chime in. And then, let me see. You talking about healing all of us in general? I'm asking that out of character.
I believe he's referring to healing the captain.
Yeah.
Wait.
I mean, I'm bleeding, but I don't really care about me.
Yeah, of course. I know he's in bad shape, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to place my hands over him.
You did it.
Unfortunate.
I saved the world.
You see.
Hold on. Is Pathfinder 2 or your game, does that still run under the rule that any amount of magical healing automatically stabilizes a dying person, though?
Save where the plot demands it.
Damn it.
Well, I was gonna say there's also just the matter of the nature of his injuries.
Yeah, his legs are like
He's
5.
still slightly impaled.
Yeah, his legs are like 15, 20 feet that way.
Yeah, the only thing keeping him alive right now is that the lumber is applying enough pressure to keep his organs inside.
What, have you guys never seen a palanquin?
Yeah, he fucked.
You
he
do.
did.
As you do apply the magic of the healing, however, you do see the pain kind of begin to lessen from his face, and just, that's not so bad. And then he just kind of goes very still.
So yeah, at that point, standing with the sword in one hand and the chest held in the other, basically. We should move before they come.
You're gonna nod in agreement and, ready the crossbow again.
Yes, quickly.
Okay, you guys gather your scattered belongings that you find amongst the wreckage of the ship. The other non-plot important characters that never got names well beyond your help. And,
How terrible. Joe died.
One's gonna make a quick check to see if there's any like arrows or something she can scavenge from the stores of the
okay.
ship.
Give me a perception check. You find 3 arrows. You find 3 arrows.
Roll, hopefully you got it.
I muted myself when I was trying to speak. You find 3 arrows.
Work.
So, with the wreckage, leaving the wreckage behind you, heading off north, towards your eventual attacks, and you see behind you as you move out of the light of the burning ship. Against the stars of the night, you see a dark shape above, kind of begin to lower near the wreckage of the ship.
As it starts to come down, I extinguish the light on the sword.
That makes okay. And with that, that'll be where we take our break. So if a bathroom break and whatnot, and drinks, refreshments, snacks, bathroom, whatever have you. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. So, I mute myself on the Discord. So, hi, stream. sorry, I haven't. Like I said at the beginning,
You muted yourself to us too.
yeah, I'm aware. I was speaking to the stream for a bit.
Gotcha, just making sure.
No, yeah. Like I mentioned at the beginning, only going to interact much during the break and at the end. Isa, to answer your question, yes, we are playing 2nd edition Pathfinder. Hope everyone's having fun so far. I know I have. Well, what did you guys think of the moving combat map?
It was sick as fuck.
That was pretty
Very
fucking
nice.
neat. I like that.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes me sad is I wish I had gone higher in turn order, because immediately when I saw that, I had the idea, what if I pushed one of those gangplanks out while a goblin was on it?
Well, as you saw with Warden, she almost took one out in the very beginning of the fucking combat.
Right, from
Did you roll a
knocking them
balance
off a
check for it or something?
gangplank.
Yeah, I rolled a reflex. Still very close. I'm gonna go get myself a beer.
Mhm. I love my spike chain.
Spike chain rogue is beautiful.
Demoralizing to tumble through and to go fuck yourself.
Right.
Now imagine if you remembered your sneak.
Man, that if I had my sneak attack damage, that first roll I got would have been real high. I will be right back myself. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
I had chat close, but I had the viewership numbers open. We started strong at about 11 or 12 viewers, actually, when we first started.
Hey.
According to my slobs, we are now resting at 4.
I advertised in my server.
Hey.
I go, hey guys, I know this is a little different. I'm not streaming tonight, but this is going on. I won't be in chat because for obvious reasons, but
Right. Yeah. That's pretty much what I put on. And of course, as people kind of go in and out, I don't expect to continue at I don't expect people to stay through the entire night, obviously. Whew. Yeah, I was really hoping that people would enjoy that first. I was really
That was
proud.
good. That was great.
I was real fucking proud of getting that working. Finally got it working. I was like, yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah.
Bison, yes.
So I have a mechanical question about Foundry.
Mhm.
Because I haven't had to do this before. For rolling my sneak attacks, is it literally just /roll and then space 1d6?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, you could even try it now if you want.
Public roll?
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, in general, when I roll that.
Oh, yeah.
Should I roll it as public?
Yes. Since it's additional to your damage. Hey.
Okay, cool.
And we'll figure out something to help you get your sneak attack.
Or figure out why my chain off my hotbar doesn't actually roll any of my strikes
Right.
because that's really weird, and it used to work fine on the other campaign.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no real way to like.
I'm sort of here. About to not be able to breathe basically for a sec.
I got you.
Yep.
Basically, the only real way it would be to effectively add it to the weapon as an additional 1d6, but then it's a 1d6 of added into the all the time damage
Which is
formula.
not correct.
Right. That makes it
I
a
have no
little
problem
limiting.
rolling it every time.
Well, what you could do is, like what I did with Everstand's stance, was I set up a separate weapon that was just for Everstand's stance since it had a different die value.
Yeah,
So you could set up one that's just for sneak attack.
that's true.
And we
Right.
did one for Dan with his panache as well.
That's
Yeah, I was
true.
just about to say that was one of the sort of workarounds we had for.
I need somebody to help
adding
me
the
with that
Bring
because
the
I'm not
Panache.
exactly sure
Yeah,
how to do that.
Basically, you add another weapon to your weapons, set its bulk to 0, and then just change its note to be with sneak attack. And then when you edit the item details,
Yeah, 1d6.
to the additional custom damage field, I think you could just add a
Like it's base weapon
1d6.
damage, effectively.
Oh, is that what you just put in my?
Yep.
Okay. I still need to figure out why the hotbar.
Yo,
version
can you grab me throw one on
Well,
my
the hotbar version
screen
should
too?
put it on the chat log, and then you click it on the chat log. But
Yeah, I have been.
yeah,
My spike chain, I've got it on the first spot of my hotbar. When I click it, it does the sidebar thing. But when I
Right.
click any of the buttons as part of it, they highlight, but they don't roll or do anything.
Yeah, mine's doing the same thing actually. So
That
it's
might
probably a larger.
it might be something to do with version of Foundry, effectively. I'm not sure.
But it's not just you, Cam. You didn't screw
Okay.
anything up on that one.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
There we go. You guys should have additional action on your actions page under your strikes. That is just a sneak attack. Roll the damage. And should hopefully come out as effectively just
Okay, so let me just.
fucking hope.
It is not quite correct. It's adding my strength
Yep, I can see that real quick.
because it's not. I don't think it's supposed to add anything. My regular weapon adds dex, but that's because of my character.
Right? Yeah, sneak attack should just be a die bonus.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course they're gonna die.
Well, yeah, I would hope so.
Try now.
Okay.
No.
Man, now I'm getting good rolls, fuckers.
Still seeing the +1 on it though.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
second. Jake's looking at it, so.
Oh, wait, hold.
Although I
And-
do have to ask, Jake, were you expecting Aslan to open fire on the Minotaur?
I kind of figured someone would. I'm not gonna lie.
I gotta ask. Would you have been prepared if she had managed to crit and kill it?
There was no possible way she could have killed it.
Okay.
If I crit every single blow, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But and that's not even like that's not even a plot thing. That's just
Yeah.
by base of
Minotaurs have a
numbers.
lot of health,
Yeah.
but the longbow being a deadly D10
Yeah.
with enough crits, maybe. But statistically unlikely.
Very. Okay.
How unlikely compared to eating 1 or 2 crits every session for the last campaign?
Low blow.
Thank you for that, because I was trying to figure out how I was going to word my response to that.
Womp womp.
along those exact lines.
But yeah, I really don't mind rolling a 1d6 every time I get a sneak attack if you want. If it's like giving you issues.
That might be the easiest, however. Or we do that. Let me.
Yeah. Worst case, after the session, I'll just ask Cam if I can log into his thing, and I'll
Sure.
set it up for him.
Cam,
I'll
give me
set up
another.
a weapon for him.
Right, sneak attack roll.
Hit the damage on it?
Yeah. Well, that's not right. Oh.
Wow. No.
Yeah, just
Worry about that
yeah.
later.
For now, just roll an additional d6.
Okay. I do not mind doing that.
All right. Is everyone back?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Warden. Obviously, you're here. Cam, obviously, you're here. Dave, you're here. Dan.
I'm here.
Justin.
Been here the whole time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sure does look like TJ's here. Now, I could be wrong, but
I mean, I'm here in material plane.
that's fair. That's fair.
In the material world. But are you a material girl?
No, not particularly.
You have a material girl, though.
I do have a material girl, though. That is correct.
So, as you continue north through the evening,
And we get the fuck out.
with a slight drizzle, it does not ever quite get into a proper rain. Ever so slight drizzle. How far into the night are you guys wanting to go?
Azalin is not bothered by traveling at night, so that's going to be up to the rest of the party.
Right. Some of you have, most of you have at least low light vision.
Maha's set to go as long as we need to make sure that we're well out of the way.
Okay. And of course, you guys are also kind of banged up from the fight and the crash, no less.
Yeah. Lawrence has an arm draped over two still rather freshly bleeding stab wounds in the torso.
Yeah, I got a big old hole in my thigh, I think, still.
Yes, roughly.
In that case, seems a few of you are not doing very well.
Oh, that got a lot worse than I was thinking it would.
And without the crash, we should find some covers then. Someplace we can rest and get you patched up without having a Minotaur dropping on our heads in the middle of the night.
That would be bad.
Certainly
So-
not ideal sleeping conditions.
I have a tent at least.
I think pretty much everyone picked up a tent this campaign.
I didn't.
Having a tent is one thing, but it would still be better to have some natural cover.
Yeah.
So are you guys gonna like effectively look for
What is the kind of terrain we're out in right now? Is it just like heavily wooded or?
it's more brushland.
Okay.
The you guys are kind of going through some tall but dry grass at the moment. That was kind of like I don't want to say their burrs kind of stick to your pants and whatnot as you walk occasionally on what kind of plants you get into. And the ground is a little uneven here, not enough to impede travel, but enough to where it's if it weren't for the fact that you do have light from the moons and the stars, it might be a little more difficult.
Yeah, with us being just out in general brushland, so there's nothing like, hills or caves or anything that we can see in the immediate area.
Nothing majorly, no. It's fairly flat. There's trees every now and then, but for the most part, it's flat.
I was just gonna kind of groan and say, well, much as natural cover would be nice, doesn't look like we're getting much of that anywhere anytime soon. So I think we have to either just hunker down to keep moving, or just buckle up and take a rest here and actually get in better shape.
Continuing to move with those injuries is not recommended. A little time to rest would be better.
Well, then let's go ahead and start setting up camp, get everyone patched up. The sooner everyone's ready to go, the better.
Okay. You guys kind of begin to set up a makeshift camp, as it were. Those of you with tents, I'm assuming, putting up tents. Is anyone going to attempt to build a fire?
It feels like a bad idea to me.
Yeah, honestly, agreed.
Yeah. So like what season are we in, more or less?
Late spring, early summer.
Okay. So generally not going to be something we have to worry about, freezing to death overnight. So yeah, we can probably get away without a fire for tonight, since we're still
You're breaking
trying
up,
to
Dan.
low profile as much as possible. Yeah, I think we'll skip the fire.
There you go. You're back now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since we're still trying to keep like low profile, and we don't have to worry about like freezing to death with it not being like dead of winter or anything, we can probably just skip the fire for tonight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Guys, bed down as best as to your ability. Padding out fairly flat grass effectively, and making yourselves something of a campsite, minus the fire, obviously. Is anyone going to be doing watch, or are you going to be freeballing it effectively?
I'll take one of the watches.
Okay.
I
I'll
think I'm gonna,
take
I'm
second
gonna skip
watch.
watch tonight because I got a hole in my leg.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip out on watch.
Okay.
A lot of hate to do.
Aslan
Yeah.
will take one of the. Well, it's middle of the night, so one of the darkest watches.
Okay. So that'll be Majahabit and Azalin on second watch, Feth on first, I believe. Zindris.
Did I get injured at all? Because no one really. I rolled like a 9.
No, you were not injured.
Okay, yeah, I'll take watch then.
First watch with Feth or a third watch by yourself?
Third watch by myself.
Okay. Okay. It'll be effectively 2 3-hour watches and then a 2-hour watch for you. Yes.
That's good enough.
8 hours for rest, effectively.
Right.
So, Feth, you're first on watch. Give me a perception check. Okay. As you're kind of keeping watch throughout the evening, Nothing jumps out at you. Everything is fairly quiet. You do to the south see the ever so slight glow of the wreckage of the morning wind. Kind of distantly, very very distantly. But from what you can tell, does not seem that anyone or anything is approaching your location. It is a quiet night, so unless you wish to do anything on your watch,
Nope.
okay. Then after your 3 hours of keeping watch through the early parts of the evening, you head on over to Majahapit and Mahajapit and Azalin, and you. Sorry, I'm still in my head. I'm wanting to call you by the last character names, fucking Zelgin and Adana, but Majahapit and Mahajapit and Azalin.
It's never not
It's
funny.
really never not funny. Mahajapit and Azalin, and you wake them up before turning into your own accoutrements. Azalin, Mahajapit, give me a perception check. Using the yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and actually do a perception roll for Glinthatook as well, because as we're getting situated, Maha actually is going to manifest Glinthatook and just kind of tell him to just walk the perimeter, keep an eye in all directions.
Use me as a glorified attack dog. I hate it. And he just kind of stalks off into the night before it's.
Say, and you need me. Now,
Aye.
please.
Fuck. And with that, with Glinthatook doing a perimeter patrol, effectively, Azalin and Mahajapit, you guys, with the lack of fire, you're able to see much better across the plains, Azalin especially, with your, I believe, dark vision?
I have dark vision.
Yes.
As do I.
I thought so.
Umbral.
That's right. You guys are able to see Glinthatook just barely on the edge of your dark vision. You're doing slow, somewhat lazy circles around the campfire, but still doing circles. Or not campfire, but camp in general.
Oh. Right.
And I did not put combat music on.
Is your servant?
I don't know that I'd go that far. Pretty sure he wouldn't like to hear that either.
Then what is his station?
Partner, I suppose would be the best word for it. It's I'm still not sure myself, to be perfectly honest.
And yet you command him.
It's more like suggestions at times.
Perhaps you should work on establishing a proper order, then.
I get the feeling that we would have issues seeing eye to eye on that proper order. So we kind of just go with the flow, I guess. He's
That seems
he's
as
a
if it
bit
would be
of
rather
a
disruptive.
eh, I've had enough time to get used to it. Mostly. But no, I don't see any kind of hierarchy between us that would be appreciable on both ends.
I will not discipline him then.
If you think you'd be able to discipline the spirit of a great dragon, then by all means, try your hand at it.
Even the hells have their order. A dragon should respect this as well.
He'd kind of just like raise a hand and just gives a sort of hushing motion. It's just like, I don't think he'd appreciate that.
I don't.
What'd I tell you?
As I said, as it has not been established that you are his superior, there is no pressing need for me to ensure that each station is adhered to.
Ma just kind of sighs and just sinks down in his seat and just kind of telepathically to Glimthatook is just, I can see why
Oh,
think
hold.
they're
Oh,
annoying, but
oh.
just please be patient with them. Just,
I make no promises.
do you ever?
Once upon a time.
Well, then I won't try and take us back to that time, but just patience is all I ask.
Still, it is an unusual power you command. I have not seen its like.
Neither had I, to be perfectly honest.
Then again, I spent many years avoiding contact of any kind, so perhaps it is understandable that I would not have seen it.
Well, I've spent many years making lots of contact across the realm, and this is still new to me, so perhaps it's not that unusual to not know of it. Still, it's what I've got, and just trying to make sense of it.
So you have traveled much across the realm then? Or at least what is now the Devarian Empire?
I mostly keep within the Empire at this point, yes. Had a bit of work working with old negotiations with Rashadrin before things erupted.
If you may indulge curiosity then,
Just
it does not involve your ill-tempered friend.
no, he came into the picture after this, but no, it's just not everyone can say that they got to see firsthand the inciting impact of a continental war. I think we'll leave it at that, shall we?
That's not what I was curious about.
And what would that be then?
I don't suppose in your travels, perhaps going through the great forests in the center of the very empire, the Tiefwald. Are you familiar with it?
Not particularly. I mean, some of my trips as emissary have taken me thereabouts, but never for any great while.
I see.
Why do you ask?
It was curiosity if perhaps my reputation would have preceded me. But it seems you might not be knowing.
I'm sorry to say that I do not. But, well,
It would not have been by name. Nobody's ever bothered to ask. I was more of a fable for naughty children who would not go sleep. The devil of the Tiefwald.
ah. Well, I suppose it's nice to have a devil in hand considering the situation we find ourselves in.
Hmm.
Let's hope that you can live up to that reputation. Seems we're gonna need it.
Do not worry. I will not steal you away for not sleeping. Even if you are small like a child.
As racist.
There's a hint
Just-
of a smile as she seems to be joking.
there's a slight nervous chuckle out of Mob, and then he's like, "Well, I suppose I might have to hear some of these fables at some point."
Well, they are all quite disparaging. Nothing of my abilities, simply that I am a devil lurking in the woods that would do horrible things to you. Kidnap you, eat you, infect your family with plague. That one very, very much common.
There's a definite pause. He's like, I, huh. I suppose having that reputation might not be the easiest.
So much.
Well, maybe getting out into newer fields might be able to carve out a new name and reputation for yourself.
Considering how most treat my appearance, I do not find that very likely.
Just a short chuckle as he waves his hand and just says, fuck him.
Fuck, that's good. That's real good.
Evelyn, you go around the realm and see as many people as I have. You figure out basically everyone's an asshole, regardless of how they look. Doesn't matter. Just learn to live with them and find the ones that are not so bad.
I will take your expertise into consideration.
Don't know that I'd call it expertise, but I appreciate that.
Experiences, then.
That I can live with.
Around that time, you guys realize it's been about 3 hours. Designated watch time. Watching the movie pass and helping the time go by with your conversation. Helping things move along.
Now go get rest before I steal you away and eat you. And then go to wake up the next person.
Zindros, you're awoken by
Maha just kind of like calls out like just loud enough for Gwendu to hear. It's like, you hear that, Tukey? It's bedtime.
I hate.
Just a bit of a laugh as he snaps his fingers and dissipates him back into mist.
Disappears just into the mist. Zindros, you are awoken by Azalin in the middle.
Scary demon eyes over you, first thing.
Right. Scary, scarred tiefling lady just wake up. It's time. Ah!
Just Matt's little.
Time for your watch now.
All right then.
Give me a perception check. Good enough. You're keeping watch. Silence of the camp, of the evening. Crickets chirping in the distance. No fire to keep you busy, effectively mentally. But you do get to watch as the moons begin to set on the horizon, as the east sky begins to lighten up. And before too long, morning does come. Everyone gets their natural healing HP back, whatever that may be. Some of you, that is not the best.
Yeah,
Isn't it basically just like your con mod?
Con mod
plus
times
your
level. Yeah.
Okay, con mod times level. Okay.
yeah. Lauren wakes up actually starting to look kind of pale. I got literally 1 hit point from that. So
Yeah, I only get 2.
You are at least closer to max HP than Lorenz is.
Sandros would notice Lorenz's condition and would offer his healing magic.
would be very helpful.
Lorenz gets back 7 HP as Zindros, would you like to describe the way your healing magic looks?
I would say it looks very almost like he's sapping the life out of the surrounding area. Sort of to like the life force out of the plants and things of that nature to fuel his healing.
Can I get a cost, eh?
Everything has a cost, unfortunately.
It is the way of things. No getting around that. And I give him a polite pat on the arm and I start getting ready, which involves cracking open the book and actually starting to read a few things. And I guess, because he's not trying to be secretive about it, anybody that tries to look over his shoulder notices scrawlings in Draconic and a little bit of Infernal, and it's all spell formulae.
All right. Well, with that, Lorenz, feeling much more pep in your step than you certainly were when you first woke up. Everyone that needs to does their daily preparations. What direction is everyone heading?
We don't actually know.
Exactly where we're at.
Yeah, or what. I mean, I assume some of the people in the party are smart enough to figure out which direction is north based on the sun, but
How long of the trip was it? How long was the trip expected to take versus how long we were on the airship?
The overall trip did actually map I would say probably about we're about halfway there at the time. You guys were about 2 weeks in, and it was expected to take about a month overall.
Ooh. Off of airship flight, that is rough.
Check something here.
The continent is Lorg.
Very Lorg.
Very Lorg. I would say, for those that are trained or better in society, give me a d20. Give me a society check.
I'll roll one for you, Dan.
Okay.
Damn.
It's nice.
Okay. Maja Hoppet, you being having been very historically inclined considering profession before you got into adventure. And speaking, of course, with various different as you guys were flying, you would know that you guys had begun to travel into the region once known as Ugrate.
Okay.
Um,
We were like just crossing into Ugrate then?
yes. Within the last few,
Okay.
Ugrate, would know as almost like effectively the beginning of the northern desert. It kind of the southern part of Ugrate is brush flatlands kind of stuff, whereas the central and northern parts of Ugrate begin to turn large desert that's known for the southern part of the continent.
Okay.
Northern part of the continent. Me, I'm smart.
Okay. So just kind of sharing this, saying, well, considering that we crossed into Ugrate not too long ago, this brush is probably going to be giving way to lots of sand and deserts here soon. Hope everybody's ready for some warm weather, to put it mildly.
Great, that's exactly what I wanted.
Would it be possible to go around it? I do not think that traveling through the desert would be the wisest course of action.
Well, I mean, if you want to get around the desert, we'll have to head more or less straight east or west to the ends of the continent to then take a ship around to Auax, which, if you think that's a wiser course of action, by all means, but that's most likely going to add months to our travel. Sadly, I think our best bet is going to have to be finding some of the cities out here in the within Ugrate. Out of character, do I know whether there are any cities that are like further down here in the brush before it gives way to desert, or
You would know that there aren't really any. No, there are not any. Um, capital region of Duver. It mostly for a lot of Ugrate, it like kind of rides the line of the border effectively, where the grasslands turns into the brushlands. With
right?
the capital region of Duver being most of the grassland. So the unofficial border of Duver and Ugrate is when the grasslands turns to brushland, and then there are quite a few towns and cities in Ugrate, but none really so much in brush areas.
And I'm assuming they're probably around like desert oases.
Yeah, for the most part.
So yeah, there's a bit of a sigh from Maha. He's just like, well, I suppose our options are to either continue until we reach the first oasis city, or try and turn back. And judging by the company that we had before, I don't think a return trip's so much in the cards.
No, we must carry forward. Just putting a hand on the chest that we were given, as he says it. Which, unless somebody else wants it, I'll basically just lash it to the bottom of my pack, like down by where one would keep a bedroll.
Okay.
Do you have enough bulk for that not to be a problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say it would be about one.
Oh, I've got more than enough. Yeah.
It's a very small, like hand chest, almost like a jewelry chest, effectively.
Okay.
Just a
Inside.
bit too big to fit in a bag, but easy to keep against it.
Right.
Well then, which way would be the nearest city?
Don't suppose I'd have that kind of knowledge, or is that going to be off of another check?
That one, I'll save you the check. You're not, because you're not quite sure where you came down in Ugly. Not entirely sure. Just know in general north somewhere.
Just a bit of a grunt as he's just like, never spent a ton of time out here, so you'll pardon me if I'm not the most familiar with the wilderness out here. I know that we're definitely going to need to go north, but since I'm not sure where exactly the border was when we crossed,
Oops.
exactly which direction and how long is not something I can say. But I figure if we just head north long enough, we'll either come across the city or maybe one of the travel routes. Followed from there.
Okay. So, general consensus to go north then?
Yes.
Okay.
It is just we'll head more or less north from here and see where that gets us.
Sure. Okay.
So,
For the first day, there's no real rough terrain. Uh, Zindros, give me a 1d100.
We should drop one ration too, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Right.
full day, by the way, like rest included.
Well, we'll see.
What'd you need me to roll?
1d100.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out. Do I just roll that in the chat box?
Yes. Slash roll and then 1. Okay. The day passes without incident. Well, you take a ration, and as you continue along through through the brushlands, I'd put it about low 70s in terms of temperature. If anyone was the light drizzle that had awoken you original friends last after the crash kind of moved on. You guys were, it seems you were on the tail end of a storm that was on the southern end of from the direction you were coming. With the day coming to a close, and you guys, within the course of the day, get about I'd say 20 miles in. Before you have to effectively the sun begins to set on the western part of the sky. As evening begins to set in, will you attempt to keep traveling in the night, or after dark a little bit, or are you going to set up camp as night is falling?
I have low light vision, but there's a limit to that shit.
Right. I do have dark vision, but yeah, it could be potentially rough if we have to try and keep pushing.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind, once the sun's completely set, if we want to just buckle down and camp, then that would probably be all right.
Okay.
Basically go an hour into the twilight and then settled in.
Right. Any other opinions, dissenting or otherwise? I know, Thef, you wanted to.
Right, yeah. I want to be gathering beneficial plants and what.
Okay. Give me a Plains Lord. Okay. Based off that, give me a survival check, and that has lowered the DC some. Oh.
I'm rolling like shit tonight.
I
It's
think
up.
everybody is.
It's
Yeah,
up
we're
in
all
there.
kind of all over the place tonight. It's all right.
You gather some plants from what you were looking for, but nothing, not enough to effectively complete what you were looking for, but it got you started effectively.
Is Fef capable of describing them to Pax and having me be able to roll survival?
That would be
Do another lore roll.
let's see. Let me take
I
a
feel like personally, I feel like that would be something that's like, if he's going off of descriptions, that probably would make it like a higher DC for finding the same stuff.
Yeah,
if he's not
obviously.
personally familiar with it. So
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah. With Beth giving you a bit of a primer on what he's looking for. Give me a Pax.
Never mind. I'm not rolling any better.
You find a little bit more, but nothing really like.
Look, I brought him a handful of dandelions, don't lie.
We can make tea with that.
No, it's the shrub that once it becomes unattached from its roots, joins forces with others of its kind and makes a tumbleweed.
Oh, fuck.
I brought you poison ivy. Sorry.
Your hands are really itchy for some reason. No, as you go into twilight a little bit, but as twilight begins to turn to true darkness, it does get a little bit harder to travel effectively, without lighting up additional lights. and you begin to bed down for the evening. Let me. Okay. Unless anyone would like to do character interactions for the evening, watch goes smoothly.
I would like to see if Zendros has any heals left.
Indeed, I do.
Okay. Hey, got a hole in my leg still.
Ah, let's patch that up, why don't we?
Thanks. And I'm gonna look him dead in
Okay.
the eye and just say, thank you.
Give me a private roll.
Oh, that's the least I could do.
You can most assuredly detect that
Was I? Maybe I pressed it
No,
too
it is not a curse. No, it's fine. Yeah, with Pax as you are effectively letting yourself be healed by Zindros, and Zindros your magic. You Pax, you know, life kind of by already fairly lifeless plant life and coalesces into your leg, and you are back at full health. I'm feeling better than ever, in fact.
You see just a small twinge of remorse on Zendras's face, but it kind of quickly goes away.
Do we see and notice that the land around him when he does his heals is kind of getting
I would say, since Josh described it as such, I would say yes.
Don't worry. It'll grow back.
I was fully expecting "Don't worry, be happy."
Can I throw out an occultism? See if I can't figure out what's going on with that.
I'd like to throw my hat in that ring.
Sure. Ooh, two very good rolls. Zindros, you can describe what you think a 19 and an 18 are worth.
Let's just say I died once, and now I've come back different in ways I'm not entirely sure of yet. I'm sure that brings up more questions than answers, but if I could tell you more, I would.
No, it's good enough.
Yeah. Anyone else? Anything else?
No, I'm good for now.
Okay.
I mean, I can take a watch tonight now that I'm not like
Right.
missing a chunk of me.
Right. Since everyone else seems to oh god, since everyone else is good, the night goes without issue. Watch. And you are awoken the next day by the dawn. Quick breakfast and preparations set out. -1 ration for the day. You guys head out. Pax, give me.
Okay.
It's so weird to have to worry about rations now.
What?
He said it's so weird
Not
to worry
having the
about
ranger to
rations.
cheat it out.
Yeah, because he
Well-
can't cheat rations like he did with Roland last campaign.
I appreciate
Hunter
it.
and gatherer, god damn it, that was my job.
I mean, I'm gonna be taking Forager at level 2 on Aslan. So.
Hey!
Fuck.
Out of curiosity, does Does a manifested Eidolon take a ration?
No.
Or is it literally
No. So one of the things with the Eidolon is that
I called it
is
an
if
icon
I'm
earlier.
unconscious, the Eidolon's gone too. Yeah.
The Final Fantasy
Yeah,
12
no,
leaking out.
But it basically just I can summon it and dismiss it at will with 3-action activity. It doesn't necessarily need to subsist because of like the nature of it being a kind of summoned entity, not so much a like living creature in the
Okay,
strictest sense.
I wasn't sure because it shares your total life pool. I wasn't positive.
Right. So yeah, there is that sort of link and connection between the two of us, but it doesn't need to worry about like subsisting on food or anything like that. I guess essentially, debating how much to actually kind of go into with what exactly is going on with him.
No, save it because that sounds like backstory
Yeah.
stuff that we'll learn.
Yeah.
You guys are traveling throughout the day. As the brushland begins to give way a little, you're seeing more and more sand as you're traveling. However, Zindros decided to cast Chill Touch out of nowhere, and everyone dies. No, no, you all, as you're walking along, about mid-morning or so, mid-morning, late morning, you are able to spot in figure, kind of moving about in an between the bushes. I would say about 60 feet ahead of you.
What kind of shape do they vaguely have?
Humanoid, not super large, but medium.
Readying the crossbow.
Okay. Okay. Readying your crossbow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready my spike chain just in case here too.
Okay.
Yep. Sundress pulls out both Kopeshes.
I mean, same at this point. It's, everybody else armor up really triggers the fucking fight or flight. So I'm not holding it up or at its head. Like it's held loosely at the side, basically.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're ready to
I'm
fight. We're
debating
not
if I want
ready to fight.
Yeah. You know what? I'm Ma's gonna mutter and say, "Oh, with any luck, maybe this will actually get him to think twice." And again, just sort of folding the hands in front and summoning Glinthatook beside him.
Okay. You guys are coming along, and you get closer. As you kind of slightly armed, you see here. I'll actually activate the map. Get a good eye of your surroundings. As you come across, in this kind of drier terrain, you see a group of orcs. Kind of going from bush to bush, and one of them is by a lake. Actually, they don't seem to have noticed you.
Hmm.
Well, this is a source of fresh water, so we will want to stop here.
Also, feel free to adjust yourselves as you feel.
Just
I'll just put Glinda took. Right there-ish. That sounds good, right?
You know.
Uh,
R.
so I can only summon him right beside me, and normally he does need to stay within 100 feet of me.
How far can I actually yell?
I mean, if you
Pretty
could
far.
yell, they could probably hear you. I'd say.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna yell in Orcish
Okay.
because I actually speak the language. Hey, do you mind if we get some water?
You see all four of them look up and turn towards you. Just this red hand land. This red hand water.
Is that a no?
What are you doing here?
Wanting water?
No.
Are you sure?
And he kind of pauses and looks back at the others and just. Yes.
How about a trade?
Do you speak Orcish?
Oh, that's right, I don't. Damn, goblin.
Gambling.
Would you like me to pass along that message?
I think that would be meta at this point.
Is that a fucking dragon?
Oh no.
And they all just kind of
No.
stop and. And what is it? That looks like a dragon. Oh, that looks like a dragon.
The smoothie.
Shit! Shit!
God fucking damn it.
What's that you got there? Smoothie?
A smoothie.
Fucking twat.
I am
Oh.
gathering by the tone that this is not going very well.
No.
You know what? Pax, get the skills real quick. Give me a diplomacy.
Oh boy.
Had to pick
I
one of the
have
things I didn't take, huh? All right.
I have an inkling of how this is likely to go.
I could have rolled worse. It's not going to do much, but I could have rolled worse.
It's true.
You're just gonna. No! No share water. Redhead water. You want water, you take. We stop take. We red hand.
What was I saying anyway?
Apparently they're called the Red Hands, and they don't want to share. I think we're going to have to fight them for it.
Should I show them my hands then?
Have you considered offering trade?
They seem kind of angry, but I can try.
Or here's another thought. We can fuck off away from them and just find water somewhere else.
I'm good with that.
Took just, I don't know, I think we should eat them.
Did anyone ask you?
I asked me.
You yourself have said that this land is very, dry. Exactly how much water are people keeping on them?
Approximately 70% of their body weight given.
Okay.
Heyo.
That's
That's
all.
in character, by the way.
I'm just. You should feel bad for saying that.
Unfortunately, people aren't like cactuses. Cacti? And he actually looks down at his feet then.
Lauren's the mildly autistic.
Well read, damn it. I've got 16 intelligence.
And how much charisma?
Not a
goddamn.
Yeah, that's a running theme with this party, I'm noticing. Show of hands. Who has a 10 in charisma?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I was gonna say, am I the only one with a positive charisma? But no, I see that Evelyn does have a +1.
I do as well.
Aslan will be getting more charisma later.
Okay, that's half the party. Calm down.
If that's what you're
Look,
asking.
my point is being, we do not know when we will come across water again, and we have already been traveling for what, 2 days?
How long does a water skin last?
Day.
A day.
Yeah, we need that water.
I
Aslan, however,
also
carries 2
have a
water
bottle
skins.
of hooch.
Yeah, most people probably aren't carrying multiple. Like the adventurers pack comes with one, but I think further ones cost more, and that's also more
Aslan
bulk.
actually does carry
Okay.
2.
I actually have 5 bottles of hooch. So I'm set.
Oh my
Who's ate food?
Holy shit.
We do not know when we will come across water again. We should stock up while we are able.
So we're fighting?
Try trade first and then fighting.
Unless they are willing to accept that my hands are red and therefore I can get the water.
Okay.
Not a bad plan.
What about her? She's got red hands too.
They're just gonna stop what they're doing and look and just. Hold on. And they all kind of
Swear to Christ.
huddle up together and just kind of lock arms as they kind of.
I swear to fucking God.
Holy shit, they're really having to think about it.
Then looks over at Asselin just before turning back into the huddle.
They're really thinking about it.
Finally, they break apart and just kind of. No, she's not an orc. Though we do appreciate her redness. Oh, but that means she goes faster. Shut up.
Yeah, that didn't work. They like your color, but you're not an orc.
I always have a lot of fun with.
It was worth a try.
I always have a lot of fun with low intelligence. It's honestly my favorite fucking thing.
Oh, I heard your Warhammer orc thing in there.
Okay, but guys, I have 5 bottles of hooch. See if they will trade.
Okay.
Where's the goblin?
What if we trade you booze for it?
They all kind of stand stock still for a second before they just very smoothly for orcs go right back to their huddle.
Doing it again. There's one brain cell floating around all four.
You kind of break the huddle and look back to you. Just, what kind of hooch?
Hold on.
I'm gonna leave that up to DM discretion because it just says alcohol in the book.
Nope, that's up to you. What kind of alcohol would Fef the Hobgoblin keep on him?
But 3 X's isn't actually an alcohol.
The roll good, Red.
Right.
You know what? We'll just go with the easy-ish to make whiskey.
Good. You say you got 5 bottles? What? Why are you talking? I was the talker.
Yes.
Well, it's booze. Shut up! What, 5 bottles?
Yeah.
If you give us 2 bottles, we will let you get water from the Red Hand Lake as long as you acknowledge the benevolence of Clan Red Hand and do not steal the berries from the bushes.
Okay, I'm gonna relay that information to the party.
Lawrence is just going to put his sword away. Easiest survival we've ever really had to try.
I'm not nearly sober enough to play orcs. Holy shit.
Wait, sober enough or drunk enough?
So I'm not sober. I'm not drunk enough to play orcs. Thank you.
There we go.
You're too sober.
I'm too sober to play orcs.
I think Mah's gonna just kind of lean over to Glinthatook and say, "Hey, well, looks like services won't be needed at this juncture."
I lost brain cells.
That is assuming that Fef is willing to part with 2 bottles.
Yeah, I'll hand over the 2 bottles.
I'm assuming you're de-summoning Glinthatook.
Not right away.
Not right away? Okay.
On the off chance. Yeah,
You hear...
I'm keeping him around, but keeping a short leash on him.
Okay. In your head, not intentionally transmitted, you hear from Glinthatook, the cell.
It just bounces around for a bit.
Right. Just, what the fuck is a cell?
All right. In that case, I will walk up to the orcs and hand them their 2 bottles.
Okay. The orcs. The leader orc kind of actually just like reaches out and snatches it real quick, as if you're gonna just snatch them back, while the others look at you conspiratorially, and then they just, hey, it's real booze, hey, and then they all just kind of just, all right, you can fill your water skins, have fun, Haffy.
Thank you.
They all just kind of disperse back to the various bushes.
Okay.
In the area.
I will shout back to the party, come get your water, but don't touch the berries.
Well, that was surprisingly simple.
Yeah. Yeah, that is quite a relief.
Well done.
It's nice to have a negotiation go according to plan for once.
Look, that lightning was according to plan. For the moment plan, but goddamn.
That was diplomacy, not negotiation. Because you managed to talk your way out of this without engaging in combat, everyone gets 130 experience.
Hey, I'll take that shit.
The show.
With an added bonus for diplomacy. Despite the originally abysmal diplomacy check.
Look, you can see those numbers. 0 charisma and untrained.
Yeah.
The fact that I rolled a double digit at all is a miracle.
Luckily, Beth had the idea for trade.
I thought he was just bragging about having stuff to drink. I'm not gonna lie.
I think at first
initially I was, yeah.
Rub it in my face.
I was gonna say, like, at first I was just like, is he suggesting we just subsist off of booze instead of water? Because I'm pretty sure that leads to pretty bad things.
Indeed, ask any pirate.
Oh no.
Much hard lemonade, we might be okay.
That's true, actually. So yeah, 130 experience for everyone. You fill your water skins. The orcs mostly keeping their distance, especially from Glimtatuk. Holy shit. One of them does actually walk up at some point to Glimtatuk and just start poking at his side. Ugh. Which Glimtatuk snaps. Ah! And he runs off back to the bush.
Yeah, just Maha calling just, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
He runs off. You guys refill your water skins, and unless you decide to engage in combat,
No, I feel like I feel like we can suppress the murder hobo tendencies for this instance.
Yeah, don't double dip on experience.
that wouldn't go.
Probably not.
I as a GM would be like, bitches. No,
Quick, he gave us experience. Now get more.
he gave us experience for the peaceful route. Quick, get the experience for killing them.
GM, I crave violence.
What's that? Make them all elite? You got it. So you continue on. Further north after this. The brushland officially giving way to proper sand at this point. However, just as twilight is beginning to set in, you do come across a more traveled bit of sand heading east-west. About, I would say, 35 feet across. And you can tell it is not smoother, just more rugged, and upon closer inspection, realize it is because of the footsteps and wagon wheels of hundreds of various different footprints.
Well, I do believe we just found ourselves a trade route.
It does seem that way.
You said they're going east-west?
Yes.
Which way do we follow them?
Well,
Either direction should work, but we do need to travel more eastward, do we not?
yeah, Alhax is way up towards the northeast end of the continent, so going east would be a bit more conducive towards our final destination.
Please don't say it like that.
All right, if no one's gonna say it like what?
Final destination.
I was not the way that I was about to have Aslan go with it.
That's fair. I had a vision on the just before the airship went down. Quick, everyone get off the airship! Spoilers, you're all in a horror campaign, Final Destination, but Pathfinder.
Oh, God.
That'd be the stupidest fucking thing, God.
You're designing it in the back of your head now, aren't you?
Absolutely not.
We can see you.
I know. I'm not a big fan of the Final Destination, guys. I'll lay my cards on.
Should we set up camp near the road then?
Would be smart. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to have a run in with some travelers, and we'll get more information then.
True. If we can get a hold of anyone to figure out where the actual nearest city is, that would actually help us decide which way to go. But for now, I think east is the safer bet.
Hmm.
But yes, camp by the road is most likely to be safer.
Okay. You guys camp by the road, or begin to set up camp by the road. What is, by the way, Lawrence, did you yourself a natural healing from the second day? Okay. Okay. As you are setting up camp on the side of the road, effectively. What is watch order?
I have dark vision, so I can take like one of the later ones.
Gotcha. I've got low light, so first or last, honestly.
Same.
With dark vision, I could take any of the watches.
I unfortunately do not have dark vision, so
Well, we again have, I think, 3 low light and 3 dark vision, so
Right.
we can, yeah, just put them together. Put one low light, 1 dark vision on each.
One of these days, I'll run a campaign and someone won't low light vision or dark vision.
Honestly, in Pathfinder, it's kind of hard to come, basically.
That's true. It is genuinely
Yeah.
hard to come by someone an ancestry that doesn't have low light or
You
dark vision.
basically have to be like a human to not have low light vision. at the
I also
very
said, "Fuck that shit." But no, you're okay. Fuck it. First watch.
I will.
I'll take first.
Okay, Maha and Axe. Second watch.
Hello.
Okay, Beth and Lorenz, and third watch. Alizin
Leaves.
and Zendros. Okay.
Did you say Elizin?
You did.
Did I? Oh no, I
Yes.
thought I
Yes.
said. Oh
You
no.
said Allison.
Oh no.
The curse of Majapit is spreading.
I meant Alizin.
You said Allison again.
Azalin. Fuck.
I accidentally the strong.
The curse of Mahajapit is spreading. God. Oh, this campaign is going to be a fucking riot with names.
I already love it. All right. Mahajapit and Pax, give me perception checks.
Eyeball perceptions.
Yes.
I'm gonna refrain from summoning Glinthachuk.
Okay.
Just because I feel like if we do get travelers coming along the road, they work in our favor.
Hey, is that a dragon? That was a bit louder than I intended. I apologize to my neighbors. Okay. As you guys are camping on the side of the road for the early parts of the of your watch of the early parts of the evening, no travelers. So that leaves you two free.
So, a dragon, huh?
Yeah, that's that's what I got. That's that old friend I told you about. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Neat.
I may have embellished the friend portion of it. Though it's an interesting relationship we've got.
Is he going to attack me?
No, I should have a good enough leash on him that shouldn't be an issue. We do, believe it or not, work together more often than not.
Okay. We're fine then.
You actually seem a lot more nonplussed about it than I thought you'd be.
Yeah. You're right.
Holy fucking shit. I fucking love how simple Pax is. Holy fuck.
I'm trying to be like Pax when I grow up. Real talk.
When I grow. Oh shit.
Pax is about to give me the fucking laugh sweats, I'm not gonna lie. I feel the need to walk outside just to cool myself down.
Oh god. Yeah, like, honestly, at this point, Ma is just kind of just looking over Pax with curiosity at this point. Just, you don't really get much that rattles you, do you?
Life is only as complicated as you make it.
You know what? I like that. Just kind of takes a swig from his water skin.
He must be protected at all costs.
Pax is the cinnamon bun! I'm a half-orc. Pax is the cinnamon bun!
Right. Yeah, takes a swig and it's just like. Then again, I suppose by all the traveling I've done and getting involved with old Tukes there, I guess I have made things a bit complicated for myself. But I guess it works for me.
Complicated isn't bad.
Suppose it isn't, is it?
Are you happy?
He ponders it for a moment. It's just, in a sense, but it's a little hard to pin down, I guess.
Then keep working towards it.
Well, still out and still moving around. Guess that's moving towards it in some way. What about you, though, Pax? You got happiness?
I'm content. It's not the same, but it's enough for now.
Enough for now, eh? Suppose that's the best we can do sometimes.
I love both of them. Holy shit. As your watch begins to end, kind of the switch over begins to happen. Baha and Pax, you guys wake up Lorenz and F, respectively. Give me perception check.
You want the hidden one, right?
Yes. Okay. As you guys are kind of getting settled in, Beth, you hear something about 30 feet away from where you guys are kind of centered around. something moving in the under.
I'm
Effectively.
gonna raise my crossbow in that direction and sort of try to nod over that way, trying to get Lorenz's attention.
Holding the blade up close and kind of in a crouch. Hand up, ready for a spell. Just if we can see what's happening, and then if it sounds like it's getting closer, I'm gonna cast light on the sword and put the sword in the air real quick, basically.
Okay. It does sound like it's getting closer. So as you cast light upon your sword and lift it up, you see as a bunny rabbit goes hopping away from the camp and running at full speed.
Well, crisis averted.
Could have been breakfast.
Been dispelling the light on the sword, actually, obviously, and setting back down.
Right. Maha and Pax, you guys weren't quite asleep when the light went up. So you just, through your eyelids, psst, light.
Sorry. We thought we heard something.
Just kind of shrugs it off and head plops back down.
So we're not fighting?
No.
Okay.
It's
Good night.
good night.
Beth and Lorenz, you guys are free to interact as you see for the evening shift, I should.
For being as close as it was, I didn't even hear that thing. You've got good ears.
They're big. Gotta catch something.
I suppose that's fair enough. Mine tried to be as impressive, but didn't quite make it.
Have you tried stretching them?
My sister did, for the grander portion of our childhood.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Didn't quite work. Well, not to my advantage. To hers all the time, but never to mine. Just kind of very absent-mindedly running a finger over the nubby, shortened part of the ear, basically. Ugh. Any siblings back home?
Oh, about. Just gonna start counting on both hands.
The moment that second hand gets involved, his eyes get wide.
At least 16 of us.
Fuck. Me. 16.
Big families. Us types.
Suppose that's fair. I've never really met your types. Huh. Just kind of rubs at his forehead. I thought I had a large family. I mean, we even had most people doubled up on twins. But 16.
Hey, it's just my brothers and sisters too.
Oh hell, you've got cousins for days.
We got a nice place in the mountains.
At least there's plenty of space. No disease, not really.
Well, not much disease-wise touches us.
Ah, fair. Lucky. Seems simpler. Good. What
Eh.
brings you here then?
Money. When we're any of us are old enough, we take on jobs to help bring in supplies.
That I understand.
I'm actually going to point at the raven feather dangling. You see any more goblins with this, it's probably one of ours.
I see. I see. I'll be keeping an eye out then. Saving up for the old homestead.
That and something to do. What about you, though?
Remarkably the same. To a point. Stroke of luck, and my family has dug themselves out of a gutter. They own a tavern in Duver, actually. I adventure to send them coin. Well, first I worked rather normally, actually, and now I sent them coin from adventuring.
As respectable as any other reason to be out here.
He actually waves his book in the air a little bit. I've got other things I'd like to learn and study while I'm out here, but everybody has their own selfish means towards their non-selfish ends. I do miss my family, though.
Well, hopefully, should we make it out of all of this, we'll all get to go and check that tavern out.
It's a good place. The singing is terrible. He just kind of chuckles. My father tries to be a minstrel whenever he's feeling in the mood and had enough to drink, usually at the same time. It's spectacularly bad.
I think I would join for a duet.
My sister would hate that. I really think you should.
Okay, so first we don't die, then we go do that.
Seems a plan so far.
How you can tell at least one of these characters has siblings? How one of these players has siblings? That sounds like that would really annoy my sibling. Fucking do it. Anything else between you two?
That's it. For me, anyway.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. You guys begin to get to the end of your watch. You awaken Azalin and Zindros.
The slow lead up.
Had to think about it. Thank you, Mahajapit. See, I've got all my brain power focused on saying Mahajapit correctly. All the rest of you have gone out the window.
You know what I'm gonna do now?
Oh
Is
no!
every session I'm gonna change it.
No! 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 No!
That's
No!
my
His name
job.
his name will now be Maji Paji.
I mean, Dan, I'm doing it either way, even if it's your character or mine.
It's true.
Azalin and Zindros, you are both woken up. God. You are both woken up by oh.
I clicked.
And your shift. Give me perception check. The hidden kind.
That one I hidden. Whoopsie. right, I can roll again if you'd like.
Sure. Hey. You are throughout the night. You don't have the shit. I bumped the mic. I apologize. You don't have the rousing excitement that Fef and Lorenz had at the beginning of their shift. However, you do have a wonderful view of the three moons as they begin their final descent towards the horizon. And the stars, there's not a whole lot of light around you. From what you can tell, and I would say this actually retroactively for all of you, since no one has really come through throughout the night, obviously. There's not even like a fire on the distance, like Easter on the road. So for whatever stretch of land, you all are able to kind of gather that you're not close to any sort of settlement.
Civilization.
Right, you're not close to anywhere right now. And haven't quite lucked out to see that there's someone camped nearby, effectively. But with that said, Alison,
You did it again.
Azalin and Zindros, if you'd like to correct, feel free.
Mahajapit is literally occupying the brain cell.
I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to say it wrong.
The whole point for going with Mahajapit as a name is that you can say it wrong and that it's fine.
Yes, but I wanted to style on you, and now it's backfiring.
What's going to happen is he's going to say Mahajapit right and say everyone else's name wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what's been happening for like the past fucking hour.
Aren't you happy my name's only 3 letters?
I still have almost said it wrong 3 times. I'm not gonna bullshit you.
Quite an unusual assortment we are we not?
Yeah. Guess you could say that.
I must admit it is different being in the presence of others for an extended period of time again.
I've done nothing but be in the presence of others my entire first life, so it's nothing I'm not already accustomed to, I suppose. Sometimes I wish I could just get away from it all, but well, suppose life will not allow me to do such things.
I spent over 20 years getting away from it all. It is pleasant enough if you find a good place where you can take care of yourself. But it is curious that you say your first life.
Yes, if I knew more about it myself, perhaps I would have a better explanation for you, but as I've told some of the others earlier, I've passed on once and I've come back and things have changed and I don't quite understand how or for what reason. I'm still in the process of trying to figure that out myself, really.
Perhaps you have come back because your spirit is strong.
Perhaps, or perhaps come back to live the life of another, or another life of servitude once more. Time will tell, I suppose.
My own brush with death. Fortunately, I escaped it. I do not envy our situation. I suppose if you can make the best of it, of what you have now, that is all you can ask for.
Indeed, all we have is attempts to make the most of our lives. So, as you say, we should try to make the most of it.
Find the place that suits you and do your station well.
The trouble is finding what my station actually is in order to do it well.
I may argue there are some sort of natural orders to such stations. I think perhaps this is true and not true. There are natural factors that can elevate one above station that has been artificially placed by those grasping the power they do not deserve.
I've got plenty I could say about that point, but perhaps it's for another time.
I would not wish to pry.
Around that. Assuming you guys don't have anything more that you guys really want to explore. The dawn begins to break in the east.
And Juliet is the sun.
Wow.
I appreciate.
I mean, I'm aware of that. He's
I
sitting
was
right
thinking
across the
so
room
too.
from me.
What you say?
Called you Juliet.
So, as the day breaks, preparation is made for the prepared spellcasters. I'm not even touching that one.
Frieza, I'll ignore that.
I'll ignore that.
That sounds like a very Juliet thing to say. I'm not touching that.
You're left at the end of your breakfast, so -1 rations. And at the end of your preparations and breakfast, you are left with one question: east or west?
I believe we were discussing east before we bedded down, were we not?
Yes.
East was where we were considering going since Alhax
That's the
is
direction we have to go
to the
for
northeast,
Alhax
yeah.
anyways.
Yeah, towards the northeast for Alhax, so
Okay.
east would take us closer in the first place anyway.
Okay. With the help of the road, you guys are able to get some additional time. Able to travel more mileage than you'd be able to normal. On about halfway through the second day of your travel along the road. So again a -1 ration. You coming
One more time, sorry?
-1 additional ration. In the middle of the second day,
Oh, okay, so
as you guys are walking along east along the road, you see coming across opposite of you, you see a carriage, actually pulled by 4 horses, coming towards you, heading west.
I mean, I'll raise a hand to hail it as they come towards us, basically.
Okay. And the as they approach you, the carriage does slow, and eventually stop. There's a single caravan carriage, I should say, driver on top. One guard next to him, and two other heavily armed guards back of.
What's the racial makeup?
Human up front, half orc in the back, and a kobold, actually, with the half orc.
Okay.
The general weaponry and whatnot. And the guard up front, the human. Can I help you?
Yes, actually, we are traveling. We've been lost out in the brush. We've been the unfortunate victims of a crash. Ah, long story there. We will divulge if needs be. But um, how far is the town from which you are leaving?
Talahax is about day and a half's travel that way
By carriage or by foot?
by foot. If I had to guess. We admittedly bedded down once already to get here, so
It's a rough estimate. Good enough.
Crash. What kind of crash? Are you the only ones alive?
Believe so.
Hmm.
Save for our aggressor.
Sorry for your loss.
It is the unfortunate benefit of not yet knowing people.
At this point, the half orc and the kobold have they haven't quite left their seating, but they have turned to look at you.
Okay. Do they look like tents or anything, or like again they've just been accosted on the road by a bunch of random fucking people?
Yeah, they're not quite tense.
Wary.
Wary, but not tense. Yes, thank
That's
you.
fine.
Curiosity, just the fuck are they doing over there?
Right. There's 6 people here, all heavily armed.
Yeah, no, I understand that completely. I'm more looking for active, like
No, they're
high wire tension.
hands aren't on the hilt of their weapons yet.
Okay.
But they are like near.
Okay. Oh, thank you. We were wondering just how lost we were, frankly.
Oh, not terribly. Where are you headed?
Further north, right?
Yes, Alhax is further
northeast. Further northeast.
Northeast? How far?
Auhax, the old seer princess.
The kobold just kind of. Whew! That is a bit of a ways there, folks.
Yeah, hence why the plan was to go by airship until the crash.
And you see now.
Not the most hospitable, yes. Weird.
There are other natural concerns to be considering.
Is the river ferried frequently?
That's fair.
We get it.
It is something we can consider.
Agreed.
First, we should see about getting to a proper city and actually supplied for however long this trip is going to take us to get to said ferry.
But it's an easy enough place to be supplied, yeah?
I have muted myself on the stream. Oh my god. Whoopsie
no.
shit.
Oh no! How long did that happen?
Only about a minute, it looks like.
Okay.
Uh, it,
That could have been embarrassing.
hmm. Yeah, Talaha, it's got a tavern, got a general store, and it's got a bounty board. You guys look like the sort of adventuring sort, if you don't mind me saying. And probably be able to find at least some sort of work there.
Well, I don't know that we're necessarily much there for extended stay or sightseeing, but it's
Oh,
good to
trust
know.
me, there ain't nothing to see there. It's just desert.
Just kind of glancing around us and like, never would have guessed.
That's fair.
Speaking of said desert, though, I don't suppose there's any other sources of water along the road between here and Talaha, are there?
No, I am afraid not. That being said, and he kind of glances down towards the carriage for hopping off and actually reaching underneath to reveal sort of a not quite a hidden compartment, but like a compartment that you guys didn't notice before, of effectively just like a tray kind of attached to the bottom of the carriage. Kind of pulls out what looks like a keg of something. Uh, we're gonna be traveling a lot faster than you guys. We'll be able to get to the next town before too long. Our mistress won't mind. Motions it to. If you guys would like a top up on your water, that wouldn't put us out much.
That would be greatly appreciated.
It'd be nice to not die of thirst before we even get to the next town.
That's fair. That would be an ignoble way to die, eh? As the kobold kind of the kobold hefts the wooden keg up on his shoulder, and just kind of effectively offers out the water keg to you guys to refill your water skin.
Yeah.
Gladly do so.
Yeah. Shit.
Yep.
When we're done, and he puts the keg away. I take 7 silver from my my pouch and shake his hand with it, basically.
Okay.
And in Draconic, even for your crew and the mistress, for being so kind with information and water to absolute strangers.
Oh, he kind of takes it and just kind of. Oh, I. Thank you, sincerely. It's hard to come by kind folk on the road, especially these days. Gosh, that I wish we could do more.
You've done quite enough. Though, one last question. You say, are the roads hard these days?
Well, with every able-bodied man and woman being sent south to the warfront, it's hard to. If the Empire has been drawn thin with its enforcement of proper law and order, why mercenaries like us are able to prosper. I certainly can't talk down to the circumstances that led us to be employed, but it does kind of make me worry for my children, you know?
I understand. Problems with sky pirates in the area.
Not us. That's a bit above our purview.
Locally, more's the mean.
Oh, I mean that's been a problem for many years now.
Fair enough.
It's ever since the Empire lost the fleet. Oh, it's hard to enforce sky law. Why do they call it sky law when it's just the law but in the air? And look,
Everything sounds better with sky before it.
see, he knows. He knows. He kind of pulls you in.
Yeah, like there's a quick yelp from Lawrence just because he's not expected to be pulled. His armored ass to be pulled in by a kobold.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Everyone give me perception checks, actually.
Private ones?
This can be public, actually. God, I love seeing those dice.
I know, right?
Pretty much everyone is able to see the fact that everyone except for Zindras is no. Everyone is able to see that the kobold has no weapon save a shield, a tower shield.
Oh,
All right. Senior not to be fucked with. Understood.
And so he's just gonna look. I wish you guys luck, sincerely. And he looks away from Lawrence to look at all of you. Like, I wish we could do more, sincerely. But obviously we are contracted. But good luck on your travels, and I hope you get to wherever you're going. Be safe. Safe travels, I should say. And for what it's worth, good luck.
To you as well.
And nods and what was that?
Thank you.
No problem. And he kind of climbs up back up onto the back of the carriage and just gives a sloppy, varied imperial salute before the carriage begins again and disappears before too long to the west. You guys carry on for a few more for about a day and a half, minus one more ration. But
I'm finally at full health.
yes. Lauren, through natural healing, has healed up the various stab wounds sustained and bruising from the airship crash. But as you guys, on your 4th day of travel, along the road, you come over a gradual kind of almost a dune-like rise in the road, and see below you with the town of Talaha. That is where we'll end tonight's session.
Alrighty. I'm already liking the dynamics we've got going.
I sincerely fucking love this party already. You guys are... Oh, God. You guys are some of the best players I could ask for, real shit.
Gee, I don't know about that. I'm actually fairly quiet.
You look, fairly quiet or not, you got when you actually, when you come out of your shell, and that's I'm not trying to force anyone to come out of their shell before they're ready, but no, when you guys are able to actually interact amongst each other, you guys are the best players I've ever had. I love sitting back and just guys interact with each other. I live for this character interaction stuff that you guys have going on around fire. I love it.
I really do like the fact that you actually, set aside and give the room for something like that. It's genuinely an enjoyable part of things for me, because I very much look forward to the role playing aspect of these games.
Most
sitting
people
around
don't
the room with-
respect that whole thing, like the opportunity to do that. Sorry to cut in.
No, you're good. But it's definitely something where it's like, the actual, dice rolling and combat mechanics and all that. That's all great too. Just seeing how the tides of battle can swing and getting all these cool character concepts to fight. But it's at the end of the day, the actual character is what really kind of drives things for me.
Yes, and I know for the most part, at least, a majority of our players are role players. Whether it be in tabletop or in MMOs, a lot of us are role players, and I would rather, frankly, I'd rather not DM than deny other role players the chance to express themselves via their characters. I genuinely enjoy getting to watch you guys interact and kind of feel out your own characters. Obviously, in session 0, we got a chance to kind of, I got a chance to embed you guys into the world that I've kind of come up with, but for the most part, you guys haven't really gotten a chance to really explore your characters against other people,
right?
Other than me, and I genuinely love watching you guys grow that way. I will say, everyone get an additional 40 experience points.
All right,
So 290, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, 1/3 roughly of the way to level 2. Yes.
I would say more specifically, 29%.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, you could just take the 0 off of that.
with the the threatening statement. That's a threat,
right? Fuck's sake.
Oh God.
Oh, and Jake, I'm gonna have to mess with your head after we drop off the stream.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
So to all the people in the stream, thank you genuinely for joining us for this session. We'll be back next week, Saturday, 6 p.m. CST, with another session as the group kind of takes their begins to explore the town of Talaha and sees what they can get up to.
And Pax continues to be a cinnamon roll.
Pax is a simple cinnamon roll, and I fucking love him.
Oh God. It's Pax is not the character I was expecting, but oh my God, it's so much more than I could have hoped for.
Fucking
same.
same.
Don't mind me. Sendros is just local sad boy.
Look, that's fine.
Look, I am
Every
genuine.
party needs a poop.
I'm genuinely excited to see like the other character interactions that we haven't seen yet. Something that actually surprised me is the similarities between actually Fef and Lorenz. Considering.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting that, but I didn't even think of the idea of Fef coming from a large family being so relatable for Lawrence.
God, and I mentioned it to TJ while we were playing privately. But the later levels for these characters, when you guys are both along in the story, just the general story, but also your personal character stories, is going to be a lot of fun to watch unfold.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of shit coming out of the woodwork. I can already tell with this party.
Oh God.
But yeah, thank you to the stream. I'm going to call the stream here. Again, thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be back next week, and I do not believe there will be actually a Metro City Boys podcast tomorrow, due to the holiday. Everyone's kind of taking the evening off to spend it with their significant other, as everyone on the podcast has their own significant other. So we're gonna take a third week off in a row. That's unusual for us, actually. I personally might be around on my own personal stream or on Oro Games. I don't know.
I
Mofok.
might also stream if you're interested in Muso action.
Yes,
I'll probably be streaming at least in the late morning or early afternoon, but possibly in the evening as well.
I'm going to actually real quick. Everyone here, actually, if you want to if you have my Twitch channel open, feel free to plug your Twitter handle in the stream chat, or if you don't have it open right now, put it in the Discord and I will put it in Twitch chat for you. If you want people to...
You wanted our Twitter or our Twitch?
Both, if you want.
I will put my Twitch in the chat for you to copy paste in there. I don't want people on my Twitter.
That's fair.
Leave my semi-degeneracy where it belongs.
Go to my likes. Trust me, it's pure degen.
I was gonna say, like, Cam, you may say that, but like, think of the other people that are in this party.
I know. Look, just because I'm not as degenerate doesn't mean it's not degeneracy.
That's fair.
Yeah, that tracks.
I don't have a defense. Shh.
No, I don't. No, I'm just genuinely excited to start up a new campaign with you guys.
I've been looking forward to this so much.
Same.
A whole new set of character dynamics to explore. Though I will say I do kind of miss Adana's interactions with everyone because she was really fun to.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
I miss being able to throw animal companions at you guys, basically.
We'll have plenty of fun with our new characters as well.
Oh, for sure.
We got attached to our previous characters, and it'll take a little time to get attached to these ones.
No, and that's fair. So for those,
I'm already liking how the Azalin and Maha Glinthatook's gonna go.
Right.
I'm surprised I did not get a visual reaction, by the way, out of TJ at the very least, for when Glinthatook's name got dropped.
Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, you called him Tookie, and I was like, nah, I already don't like this.
I am more excited to see Fef and Glinthatook, considering
direct lineage of the slayer of his son.
For those, by the way, who don't know, I should say directly for the stream chat, actually. Our last campaign was about 650 years in the past of this setting. And I believe it has so far been Dave and Dan, or Fef and Mahapajit. shop it.
Yes.
Have the direct links between their characters in this campaign and the characters in the general
Setting list. Yeah.
characters in their in the last campaign. There is one other, but they have not revealed themselves yet, so I will not spoil that for you. But again, thank you again. We'll be back next week. This is a lot of fun. I miss DMing. I really miss DMing. And I'm not gonna lie, DMing for you guys reminds me why I love DMing. You guys really make me, because I've been effectively forever GM for the last 7 years, 7, 8, 9 years, give or take, actually, and GMing for you guys makes me happy.
Don't actively try to blow up your cities using fucking stabs, but we won't get into that.
We were in high school. That's not the point. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was the first time I ever had that happen. And that did give me a kick-ass post-apocalyptic setting. But, yeah, we'll be back next week. And I'll be back personally tomorrow playing something. Good night, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. And for those of you who are in a relationship, have a happy Valentine's Day. And for those of you who are single, have a happy Singles Day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.